generalist than a specialist, but now I specialize in nesting, and then I have comedy specials too. So
So you can do the comedy in the nests as well.
I have performed comedy in the nests, actually. Yeah. So is that going to play now? Okay. I mean,
Great.
people have kind of seen what it is or not. Or okay, now what's going on? There we go. Is the audio not going to play? It's okay. I don't. People get the gist of what's going on there, though. I think we don't necessarily need the music. That's just where I want to start it. Okay. This is at Lucidity Festival. I built this the last 2 years, and I built their first Lover's Nest in 2012. And then I came back and nested their Lover's Nest stage. But this is now like their temple on the site. And there was some improvised ceremony ritual. People show up and do hape. There's people doing healing here. There was a spontaneous drum circle facilitated. It's also a memorial. People come and bring pictures of those who have passed. That was the main intention for it 2 years ago. And then people brought more pictures this year. So I'm going to shut that down now. And then we're going to scroll up to the Nestiverse. So I work with a friend. His name's Peter Fay, and he has this project called Into the Mythica. And he's been working on mythologizing different artists in the sphere, in our resonant field of, awakening artists, or artists are trying to create something with meaning, with story, with mythology. And the Nestiverse is something that's been building for 15 years. And this was a mid-journey representation of that, of the nest web, of the interconnectedness of all of us and all things and all these cities and places and villages of light all over the planet. And I had an experience. I'm going to jump around a little bit. I had an experience in 2016 where I did my first dieta. I've been drinking ayahuasca for some 20 odd years or something, but I did my first dieta in 2016. And I had a one nest experience. She took me to the cosmos and showed me the interconnectedness of everything and all of our stories. And it was like, it's kind of the quintessential spiritual experience, if you ask me, feeling connected to everything and that everything is connected. And then how do you integrate that? It's kind of a lifelong practice. But I started nesting in 2007. I built my first nest at a festival called Emergency. And it was an underground festival, but ultimately it started like 23 years ago at my first experience at Burning Man. This was the temple last year, is the Temple of the Rose, or Temple of the Heart, actually. Really beautiful Eastern European artists that did it. But that's where I got some of my first inspirations, obviously, to create art, to be an artist, to be a performer, to be a part of the creative revolution that I thought was, and still do believe is changing the world by creating beauty and creating temples and creating spaces. Here's a nest. It's one of my most famous nests in Electric Forest. It's been there for 12 years, one of the original permanent installations, and marriages like this happen there every year in the nest. Shout out to my buddy Chris, for carrying the torch and manning this nest and building it with other people and adding a water feature over the years. So over the course of 15 years, there's been like a whole mythology that's developed, a whole ideology, a philosophy of nesting that I basically channel from the cosmos. But all of those portals got opened up and all those channels got opened up through my meditative experiences, psychedelic experiences, ceremonial experiences, with everything from peyote to ayahuasca to iboga to mushrooms, a lot of mushrooms, and kind of guided by the plants to create these spaces and to reconnect people with nature through, I didn't even start the timer, through these spaces. And it's kind of a community supported art project. It takes a village to build a nest, just like it takes a village to do everything. And it's a very accessible art form that people can tap into, that they don't feel like they're creative, they don't feel like they're an artist, just building earth mandalas. This took 4 of us. This was last year at a California World Fest. And then my recent work. This was Cascade Festival, and I've been doing a lot of hearts lately, and I want to honor in my story, Scott O'Keefe is one of the original artists that I met on tour that was making heart mandalas, And he always wanted to lay down a heart when we were on tour, and I didn't think that was visionary enough. And then took me a long time to realize that all artwork or good artwork is heart work, and it's really all about us sharing our love through whatever medium we choose. And it's also a universal symbol. People need to feel like we need universal symbols that people they know that they're like, oh, they're safe. The heart. It's like, oh, this person is wearing a heart where I'm in the heart. I'm in a good space. I'm in a safe space. I'm in the love. I'm feeling the love. People need the reflection of that everywhere they go. And everybody needs a nest. The nest is a universal symbol. This is another AI mid-journey interpretation of me that Peter made, harnessing the power of the nest to create more magic and beauty in the world. Let's see. I'm just kind of jumping around here. But if anybody has any questions about the journey or about nesting, this would be a good time, I think, because we got a short amount of time. Gather from the land. I'm about to show you some of the pictures from the. Oh, this is back in 2012 at Envision. This was the opening ceremony. That's a small picture. I gather everything from site or the surrounding area, all the wood and rocks and moss and crystals, and then we get flowers donated, and I bring a bunch of altar stuff and activate it. This was the heart we did inside the nest around the tree. It's called the tree. It was called the Giving Tree of Life. The Gifting Tree of Life, we called it at the eclipse most recently. It was in the middle of the Earth Village. We were next to Greg's work over there. There's another side. Shout outs to my team that helped build this. We were out there for 10 days. It took us 11 days to build this nest. And we started to make the nest more interactive and just have people so that people can go in there and write down their thoughts. People write the cutest peace, love, and light poetry all day long. It's so sweet. The kids are a lot of good-hearted people just laying down prayers. This was connected to the yoga and movement space. And we've done meditations, rituals, ceremonies. I built one in Ecuador in 2012. And we drank ayahuasca and San Pedro. And that's friends. Oops. Oh, hey, Facebook. Okay. So this was what the tree. I think this is what the tree looked like before. So we went in there and trimmed it up and created the whole space that's called trimmed before. I am so not keeping track of time. So if somebody is keeping track of time, please let me know how much time I have left. And I have 3 minutes. So let's just do some more while I just scroll through my world here. So yeah, if I'm not in like event production mode and like work mode, then I always make sure that I'm like offering tobacco to the land and I'm communicating with the space. And I generally, after doing this, the earth kind of gives me carte blanche. They're like, we know what you're hearing, we know what you're doing, it's all good. We'll just send all the angels. But yeah, I call in just good positive energy. We just lay down prayers every day. I tell every day, as much as we're playing and having fun and working, that like when we get into a meditative nest flow, that we're weaving our prayers and intentions and stories and, all of the good energy. So people feel that when they come into the space. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty good at listening to the land, and finding a happy medium, and she lets me know when I'm not. But generally, things have been flowing as of late, you know. But sometimes I like to take my time, and with events and stuff, you don't always have a lot of time. You got to make quick decisions or turn on a dime and just improvise in the moment. It's constantly improvising, because everything's constantly changing. So you just have to, follow the energy. And if I'm paying attention, I'm listening deeply enough, then it's pretty easy and it's more fun more often fun than not. Yes. Oh, yeah. Wow. Everybody's so interested. Fascinating. All right. So yes, I need at least 3 days, and I need a good team, truck, tools, and time to do that, and a lot of wood surrounding me. But I can do one in 3 days if I need to. But I like to take a week or longer to do one, depending on the size. Meditation Mountain and Beloved are kind of like the duo. Meditation Mountain was at Lightning in a Bottle for 5 or 6 years, and then the 12 spaces that we created at Beloved on the final year, which was the 12th year of Beloved, was epic achievement. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. That was the
Thank you so
little
much.
slice of the Nestiverse.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
20 years in 10 minutes. There you go.
Beautiful human beings. Up next, we have Armando Davila, who will be sharing some poetry. Armando, you seem like you weren't even expecting it. He has been gracing our ears and our hearts with his lovely poetry for the past 3 days, and I'm looking forward to hearing what he has prepared for us today. Can we get him a big round of applause?
I remember being at Lightning in a Bottle many years ago, maybe like 8 or 9, and seeing one of nature's nests up on a hill and hanging out there. I think I meditated and took a nap. So the power is real. Yeah, the power is very real. So I was gonna do a poem called Hearing the Future, but I was scrolling on the gram and was seeing a lot about Palestine, and I believe another International Criminal Court or ICJ hearing is happening right now. So I wrote this one for Palestine. So we're going to do that one instead. And yeah, I will just tell you before this poem, I have a preferred future of how this whole scenario plays out, which is I hope there can be some accountability for Israel, then accountability to their allies, United States included. And that process of accountability, the global majority will finally put a check on Western power, and justice will be achieved that way. Whether that happens or not, I do not know, but I see it as a domino effect, hopefully, wherein accountability moves up the chain. So this one is called If I Were a Christian. And yeah, I don't know if there's any Christians in the room, or any Zionists, but I apologize and do not apologize in advance. But yeah, I hope you feel it. If this would... If I were a Christian, I'd say we are in the second coming of Christ, reborn in the same Holy Land, killed in the same Holy Land. But this time, Christ is not one man, but a people. Christ reborn in the people of Palestine. Their teaching simple and radical. We are here. We deserve safety. We deserve peace, dignity, respect. We deserve to live. We deserve to be restored. We deserve to return home. For daring to challenge the order of our time, they have been sacrificed. They bleed in the public square. We watch the crucifixion. It is seen by billions. All who watch are born in compassion. If I were Christian, I wouldn't dare say he died for my sins, but rather for the abusers of his time. He died for their sins. And while I do not approve of these countries' doings, while I did not drop the bomb, shoot the gun, give approval, or make angels of these people, I dare not separate their sins from mine, for I too have sinned, for not having done enough to save our loved ones. If I were a Christian, I would see Christ in the compassion we have to save them from the order of our time. This holy land soaked in blood and hatred, this holy land turned sour, this holy land poisoned. Perhaps it is our lands, through our hearts and minds, that become holy, as we become Christ through the act of saving. It was said that Palestinians in their long, patient struggle, in their immense survival of suffering, in their maiming, in their denial, being victims to one of the most advanced violences in the history of the world. It was said that Palestinians are liberating us, liberating our world to finally see itself as one. To say never again means never again for anyone. Is a morality that seeks to protect everyone for the rest of our time here on earth not holy? Never again meaning never again for anyone. Everyone having a turn in their protection and restoration, learning the hard way, to know our oneness through shared suffering, to know our oneness through the defense of the weak, to know our oneness through tears, to know our oneness in rage, to know our oneness by pointing a finger, but not seeing a devil, simply seeing a people severely gone astray. Why were they not protected? The second coming of Christ, birthing a new humanity that refuses to continue the sacrifice, that refuses to play the games of violence, victim, aggressor, bystander, games of denial. The day the consent to violence left this world is today, showing us the end, showing us the exit, showing us the way out of this current order, showing us the next, showing us that love knows no bounds and that we are fragile, susceptible to breaking, susceptible to corruption, susceptible to madness, susceptible to tolerance of that which we should not tolerate. It shows us that our Christ is young in us, that this consciousness is growing, that it was here all along, that it is here to stay. That those who cultivate this willingness to protect are holy, that they redeem us, that they who protect us show us a way through, a way that we need to be shown. If I were a Christian, I'd say my religion isn't good enough. Long soul to this power to bring death. Despite their claims, there has never been a holy empire, nor a worthy crusade. Remembering what was done in his name, those he was forced upon. There is no private God here to justify our crimes. There is only one power which can be wielded without concern. That power is love, bringing strength into the world. Bringing strength into the world it was born from, adding to the innate. It is time for a new religion to be born that seeks no escape from this world, that seeks to make this world holy, to make this world protected, to make this world safe, to see the wildness of safety, to find our way amongst the chaos of pain, delusion, and fear, to surrender our gripping, to see what happens when we relent, when we become quiet enough to know of our own dying and hear and heed our callings, the callings. We do not pray to the God beyond us, but to each other, to become holy in our ways of protection. For we too are sacred. All of this is sacred, and we are coming. Are you coming? It is time now that we go to the Holy Land. It is time now that we make our place holy. It is time now that we make ourselves holy, that we make our orders safe, that we demand no more sacrifice, that no one else die at the cross, that no crossroads require sacrifice. Are you coming? Christ is calling. Are you coming? Christ is calling. Are you coming? Thank you.
Is that the last of the poetry we're going to have for you from you? Unless we jam later on. Unless we jam later on. Ladies and gentlemen, up next on stage, we have Wade Wallerstein, who is the associate curator of this lovely, lovely space, a human being who has been exploring what it means to be a human in the digital age. And today he's going to be sharing with us on anti-creativity. Is that right? Did I read that correctly?
Almost. Almost. Hey guys, give me 2 seconds just to get plugged in and we'll get going.
All right, that gives me other opportunity to actually read it correctly. Anti-disciplinary creativity, gray area and the intersection of art and technology. Is that correct? Would you like me to ask you a question while there? Okay. Probably not. Do. I can ask a question. Do you believe that creativity should be anti-disciplinary or should it be disciplinary? Oh, we have a group of people who believe that creativity should be anti-disciplinary. Are there people who believe that creativity should be disciplinary? Ooh, over there. Armando, state your case.
Video.
Well, I still do not know what Wade is going to share with us today, but the way I understand anti-disciplinary is that it falls outside of the confines of a structured discipline, right? So for example, if I did not know how to play chords on a guitar, I would be unable to express myself musically. So there has to be an element of discipline, correct? But then the beauty of it is when I transcend the discipline and what you are left with is raw creativity. So it's almost like having the ability to wield words, but actually having them at the service of your heart. It's the best I can do. And how about you? No, they don't have an opinion. How are you doing over there, Wade?
Almost ready.
You're almost ready. That is great. What it means to be human in the digital age. Who knows? Is my guess. Is anybody's guess.
Okay. Hi, guys.
Oh,
How's it going? Happy Thursday. Thanks so much, everybody, for coming out to Regenerative Rising here at Gray Area, put on by Design Science Studio and so many other amazing, fabulous partners. My name is Wade Wallerstein, and I'm the Associate Curator here at Gray Area. That means that I work on our Fine Arts program. I'm super excited to be talking to you all, and I really hope that even though my talk is coming towards the end of the program, that this will give you some really good context for where you are and why we believe in so many of the same shared values as this event. Anti-disciplinary art at the intersection of creativity and technology. We here at Gray Area consider ourselves to be an anti-disciplinary art space, meaning that we actively seek to break down the barriers between separate disciplines and create moments of union and genesis and catalytic interaction between all different kinds of study, of practice, and of praxis. So let's get into it. This is a long history. And specifically here at Gray Area, we work with artists who are, for the most part, using different forms of technology. At a certain point, for many, many, many years, technology-based art practice was looked down upon. It was looked at as less than or as separate from a traditional plastic fine art audience. And at a certain point, artists got frustrated. At a certain point, technology started to play a role in what they were doing and what they were making. And this started all the way back in the 60s. Sol LeWitt was a contemporary artist who, by the time the 60s roll around, he had gotten totally bored by things like abstract expressionism, like this Jackson Pollock piece behind me. This kind of making had become an entrenched style that didn't really offer new creative capabilities. It was so different from the figurative painting that had preceded it. However, for artists who were looking towards the future, there wasn't much more that this kind of work could offer them. In response, Sol LeWitt created instruction-based artworks. Like what you see behind me, he would write instructions that would then be carried out in a gallery setting or similar museum display environment. This was the first time that instructions, like a set of code or like a system, would be implemented in a gallery in this way. And because abstract expressionism and the painting movements before it felt so limiting, this method involved creating artworks based on directions that could be executed by others, that could be replicable, that could happen many times or over a period of time. And the aesthetic richness of what this could offer is demonstrated by how works like this one were implemented in the gallery space. This is a more recent performance of one of Sol LeWitt's instruction-based artworks that was done by the gallery workers that you see in this image. In this setting, you see the artist step away from the artwork and allow others to execute the vision, the mission. This is a complicated and interesting point of inquiry because right now we're seeing of artificial intelligence, of autonomous learning systems, and we can see a kind of slippery slope where something like this, which is a series of points and lines and instructions for assistants to execute, you could see this very easily entering a kind of computer lexicon and turning words and actions into something more like a language. And as a result, and so much richness came out of this kind of exploration. What really was happening here was exactly this: when the idea for making a work of art becomes a machine that then makes the art. And this is a direct quote from Sol LeWitt, who was working with instruction-based art at the time. He rejected the notion of artwork as a unique and precious object formulated from an additional idea outlined in a diagrammatic sketch. He embraced something that was alive, that was cross-disciplinary, that was activated by a group of people without the need for him to be there to supervise. And this is like another example of a similar artwork. This kind of line of inquiry was continued in the 60s by Harold Cohen, who is an artist who similarly was bored by Impressionism and by abstract expressionism. By the late 1960s, he was totally over it. He was thinking more about how do artists process information? What are the minimum viable conditions for artness? He was curious about what makes an image evocative. And to answer that question, he started investigating children's drawings, ancient petroglyphs, and other kinds of creative expression that were not traditionally considered to be fine art. And as a result, he also started to work with computers. He started to work with programs and sets of instructions. He created a project called Aaron, which has been in development since the 1960s all the way up until the present era. And the project was called Aaron, Aaron, like the man's name or the male name. And Aaron was a system of computer instructions that would enact paintings or drawings based on the framework that Harold had created for them. In his own words, he said, Aaron is better described as an expert's system than as an expert system, not simply because I have observed as both knowledge engineer and resident expert, but also because the program serves as a research tool for the expansion of my own expert knowledge rather than to encapsulate that knowledge for the use of others. Essentially saying that the point or the location where the true genesis of creative excellence was happening was not in an object or in a particular technique. It was in the creation of systems that enable us to expand knowledge and create new forms. This is another painting created by the Aaron program in 1995, developed by Harold Cohen. For others who need a little bit more reference, you might know that there is a current showing of this work on view at the Whitney Museum in New York right now. And so over the course of 40 years, Harold Cohen worked with a set of algorithms. He worked with a set of instructions to create an expert system of rules. And these rules could create certain things. And so why am I talking about all of this, and why am I mentioning these historic figures like Solowit and Harold Cohen? And that's because what they were doing was breaking down the boundaries between disciplines. They were saying that computer science, that industrial science, that sociology, and all of these different systems for understanding the world were relevant to creative production. And as a result, they believed that this kind of work could be very generative of new ideas and new ways of looking towards the future, which is exactly where we come in. Gray Area was founded in 2008 as a not-for-profit art space that sought to seek these similar kinds of explorations, that sought to elevate the voices of artists like Harold Cohen and like Solowit, who really believed that the idea was the core of the artwork, and that from this idea we could generate machines and systems and different ways of executing and making that artwork available to the public, visible to the public, and also beneficial to the public. And so in 2008, we got our start in the Soma district here in San Francisco. We started with a show called Open, which featured 3 different artists, notable among them Camille Otterbach, who now teaches at Stanford and is teaching the world's first AI aesthetics course next fall, as well as Casey Rias, the founder and creator of the processing computer language, which is used by artists all around the world today. And so I think that just looking back at this kind of early experimentation of highlighting creators of systems, and not only just systems, but also ways of seeing, has been so beneficial and so core to who we are as an organization. This is an example of a generative artwork by Casey Rias that was in that first inaugural show, Open, in which he used the processing computer language to create images that were then projected on the floor. You can see they're moving, they're kind of psychedelic. And this was like fun and fresh and cool at the time, way back in 2008. Here, just at the same point as he was making this work, we were also asking Casey. We were also asking Casey to come here and teach about his tools, to make them accessible, to make them generative, to make them something that other people who maybe didn't have a computer coding background might be able to use and incorporate. So what I just showed you, what we just saw, is a time lapse of one of those early processing workshops at the original Gray Area space in the Soma district. Because what we really believe is that in order to form a strong community around the arts, we need to support teaching and making, and we need to really incubate that practice. We need to create something that delights and excites the public and that invites them to be a part of the conversation. But what we found in practice is that what that requires is someone who's not just a creator or a maker, but someone who is really an urban activist and provocateur, someone who is connected to and a part of the city. And again, this goes back to this anti-disciplinary framework that we're starting with. We're looking for, what we really were excited about was people who were breaking down those boundaries and making change as a result. After 2008, since we got our start, we ended up moving to the Tenderloin district. And at that point, the Tenderloin district is an area of San Francisco that undergoes constant social turmoil and is kind of a hotbed of urban activity, and also just someplace that really seems to be a great touchstone for the rest of the city in terms of understanding where we're at right now. And so we worked on an urban prototyping project. We collaborated with Stamen Design, who we just saw in the last show, the Open show, the inaugural show at Gray Area, to create a show that really spoke to this, that spoke about what it meant to be a creative person, or even just a person in the city, in an urban environment. And because at the time we were based in the Tenderloin and there was a lot of crime in the neighborhood around us, the artists started to work with that data. And we started to create, and the artists started to coagulate data and create maps like this one that show different points of illegal activity happening around the downtown district of San Francisco. This map was looking at police data. It was looking at other kinds of public and city and census data to determine where certain things were happening in the neighborhood. And something about artists visualizing this data in a tangible way really spoke to the SFPD, who came and they visited the show and absolutely loved it. The one thing that our show pointed out that, that was really interesting was that one of the key statistics that emerged was about, for instance, the number of single mothers in the Tenderloin district of San Francisco, which is something that the public had not prior to that understood or recognized. And so as a result, so many different programs and attention and different pathways for attention were brought to those communities, which was awesome. So we really saw how artists and creatives who were taking a more urban planning, sociological and data-driven approach were able to make implementable change. This all kind of culminated as part of the Great Urban Hack, which was where designers, geeks, and urbanists came together to build urban prototypes, solve problems, and make art. And what we found was that by teaching these techniques and holding these kinds of problem-solving hackathons, we were actually making a real community, and people were really coming together as part of this. One of the projects that emerged from this hackathon was called Tender Noise, where we looked at the amount of noise that was produced at different locations around the Tenderloin. No one gave us permission for this, but we did it anyway. And we went out and we collected data and we built our own data set. This ended up serving as something that city council people would use to enable their reelection. We saw that a simple act of data gathering and artistic expression would lead to deep civic engagement and actual change in the city. This again was demonstrated in a few years later as part of the Market Street Prototyping Festival, which we were a keen part of. But flash forward and 16 and technology was changing, and we had moved from the Tenderloin district to here, to the Grand Theater in the Mission. And at that time, this was really like the initial burst of activity for artificial intelligence-based artworks. And we, being based here in Silicon Valley, really felt that there needed to be rich dialogue between nonprofits and nonprofit art spaces and tech companies. And so we worked with Google on a big show called Deep Dream, The Art of Neural Networks. And we showed the very first institutional exhibition of AI-made artwork in the world. The outputs were all image-based, but used this kind of fractalized generative processing. And it was a really exciting moment when computer scientists and designers and graphic designers and fine art artists all came together to understand what the hell is this technology and what is it doing and how can it benefit all of us. And what we found was that by breaking down the boundaries between computer scientists and artists, we were able to encourage new kinds of creators to create exciting artworks using technology for the very first time. And at this point, this is where research becomes more than research. Researchers or folks who are looking between disciplines are able to investigate, collaborate, and imagine the new, and see a world that we can't currently see, that hasn't existed yet. Throughout our history, we've aimed to support this kind of work. In 2018, we had a show by Rhizomatics. It was an immersive media exhibition in which choreographers and a machine learning team worked together with projection artists and with projection designers and immersive installation designers. And what resulted was this performance in which we see choreography and projection mapping and drones and 3D modeling all coming together kind of for the first time. And instead of the kind of classic science fiction story of either man or machine kind of taking triumph and kind of wiping everything else out or becoming better than or superior to, here we saw man and machine really coming together in what has been described as an interspecies jazz. Together, man and machine were able to push each other and move the frontier further into the future. In 2019, we took this one step further, and instead of just bodies and technology kind of existing together, we actually put them into direct contact with one another. This is some footage from a show called Inferno, in which we had scientists and roboticists create these rigs, which then were attached to human performers or audience members and would actually move them. The different signals would be sent to the machines, and your left arm would like raise up. They were these kind of like robotic exoskeletons. And this really, for us, demonstrated a shift of control, and notice that there potentially is something problematic here. Like, are we emphasizing the machine more than the human that creates the machine? Are we surrendering to technological development? And by creating this kind of immersive experience, which was titled Inferno, thus referencing hell and Dante's Inferno and all of these other kind of conceptions of the afterlife or a negative afterlife, we were able to really think through what the future of human and machine interaction might look like. Maybe it is negative, maybe it is detrimental, but how do we work through that together? And we know that we're not going to be able to do that by staying in isolated disciplinary siloed boundaries. Someone that has, and a way to kind of inform all of this talk is through the words of Marshall McLuhan, who is someone who has deeply inspired all of the work that we've done at Gray Area over the past 15 plus years, but who we also directly referenced in our 2021, maybe 2022, my years are getting mixed up in my head, festival called Distant Early Warnings. Which, as Marshall McLuhan said, he thought of artists like a distant early warning system that could be relied on to tell the old culture what is beginning to happen to it. For a little bit more context, in the like 60s through 80s during the Cold War, the United States and other Western governments created distant early warning systems that were spread all across North America that could detect nuclear attack from the east and report it. It was a distant early warning. And Marshall really saw artists as being that kind of system for contemporary culture. And so as a result, that line of inquiry has always been something that has really deeply and richly informed what we do here at Gray Area. And that culminated, and you know what, rather than me talking, I will, as I lied. I have a really great video of Marshall talking and explaining this, but my sound is not working today. So okay, let's see. Nope, I don't think we got it. But essentially, Marshall was really thinking about the artist as like this lightning rod for the future. Artists sitting kind of in between disciplines, kind of not being beholden to one ideology or another, being able to look towards the future and imagine what might come, and thus society becoming more resilient and ready to approach that. That brings us to 2020 and some of the more recent work that we've done here at Gray Area, kind of expanding on some of these ideas. In 2020, we hosted the Radical Simulation Festival, which brought together a bunch of different creators to think about how simulation technologies might impact our future. One of the key speakers as part of that was Ruha Benjamin, who is a sociologist and a lecturer who has done intensive research on critical research on how racism is embedded into technology. a lot of her work has spoken to the ways in which bias can be encoded into technology and the ways in which those ideas are perpetuated through the material artifacts of our present. For instance, screening technologies at airports always flag individuals always tag non-white individuals first before others. And so she's really done and so this festival is really looking into how technology was being implemented in ways that negatively impacted a society or created further division, racial or class or gender divisions. We explored this further in an exhibition just this past summer called Difference Machines, Technology and Identity in Contemporary Art, that featured almost 20 artworks that all explored how technology impacts difference. And this particular work, which was by Keith Piper, is from 1993 and spoke to and incorporates images of the artist's face on a kind of pseudo surveillance with a kind of pseudo-surveillance overlay, and it spoke to the ways in which human beings were starting in 1993 to be quantified and categorized and surveilled by national governments. So again, looking back to what Marshall McLuhan had to say about artists as distant early warnings, we clearly saw that through the work that artists like Keith Piper were making. And again, really informed why we felt it was necessary to be doing what we were doing, to be creating spaces for this work and for these kinds of interdisciplinary collaborations to flourish. Moving towards the more contemporary history, just last year, we showed a solo show of work by Rafael Lozano-Hemmer, which was thinking about the history of Mexican contributions to technological development. The show aimed to spark empathy. And what was really fabulous about the show, it's one of the most well-attended shows in all of Gray Area history, is that Rafael himself is a computer scientist. He's not a trained artist, but he now has a fabulously successful art studio. And so we love to see how works like this one were able to engender feelings of intimacy and connection and empathy between users. In this particular artwork, you place your hand under a sensor like this one, and it recognizes your pulse by your heat signature. And so when you're in this kind of giant light bulb space, you can actually see the pulse of someone else near you, kind of bringing you closer to them on a very raw human level. And again, just to drive it home one more time, this is interdisciplinary, creation coming together to create something better, to make a space of improved understanding between creators. Today, we're continuing this work at Gray Area through a variety of different programming. Just recently, we had an exhibition of augmented reality poetry that was detailing Chinese-Indonesian exclusion. Although we also run a variety of research labs which seek to further break down disciplinary boundaries, such as our World Engines lab, which combines artists working in 3D rendering and modeling and sculpting with artificial intelligence engineers, interaction designers, and more. As we grow and change, we will have to continue to develop new ideas about responsibility, autonomy, and identity as machines continue to change and develop. But what we've seen is totally clear is that we need to do this work, and we need to be open to all of the different ways that folks coming from different different disciplines and perspectives might offer. There's no one size fits all approach. We really have to consider a polyvocal experience in order to adequately move forwards into the future. And that is firmly what we believe here at Gray Area. I think I'm over time, so I think I'm going to stop it there. But thanks so much, everybody, for being here. And I hope that you'll continue to tune in to our programs here at the Grand Theater.
Wayne, thank you very, very, very much. And thank you for considering the Design Science Studio to be anti-disciplinary as well. It's a shame you're leaving because I had a question for you. I will ask you later. Next on stage, we have Jess Seman. Lebanese queer poet, scholar, and psychotherapist, who's going to share some poetry with us titled Let Dazzle.
So lately I've been writing a lot. As for me, art is a ritual to process my big feelings. And since the genocide started, there has been a lot of big feelings ranging from rage to despair, to tenderness towards my people. So I was born and raised in Beirut, Lebanon. My grandmother is Palestinian, and my other two grandparents are from Syria. So I identify as Levantine, and to see over the lifespan, my part of the world go through so much war and destruction and darkness has has become the meaning of my life, to try to preserve whatever I can about my culture that is also so beautiful and so generative, and very much so in relationship with the land, as my family and a lot of the folks there that are being ethnically cleansed are indigenous to the land. So it's been a trip to witness the genocide from abroad. I've lived through about, I don't know, 5 or 6 wars, and it was very different to be back home and be in a war zone, and now being here and living through a different type of war, which is the experience of being gaslit and not knowing where is safe and where is not. I would say that somehow being in a war zone felt more not didn't generate necessarily as much PTSD as living through the genocide right now. And I would say um, obviously life is very traumatic, but what turns trauma into PTSD is when we don't have support or we're isolated, and we're told that our experience is not valid. So I'm experiencing a certain type of suffering, and I'm noticing it also in my patients as a therapist who are from the Swana region, but generally some other folks who are like experiencing here the silencing and the questioning, like, oh, maybe it's not a genocide, or maybe they deserve it, and then I have to go on with my day as if nothing happened. So yeah, I wrote some poetry about that I'm gonna share, and some of it, one of them is a diss track that Kendrick inspired me to write, dissing the New York Times. Maybe I'll start with that. I haven't shared that one yet because as the beef was going on, I'm like, I'm beefing with the New York Times. I don't know if they're going to write a beef track back, but here's mine. There are no genocides without the New York Times. There are no genocides without the New York Times, mincing bodies like words, burying stories like corpse. There are no genocides without bags of cash, Salzburg making bang, turning Gaza to ash. There are no genocides without white spectators cheering in the Colosseum. No wonder the new Roman is the font of the paper. There are no genocides without spectators returning home, cooking a stolen dish, commenting outdated boomer blitz. Biden will save them, they wish. It could have been a one-week affair. It could have been as simple as return the land. It could have been a promise never again, but you wanted the land. It could have been somewhere empty for real, but you wanted a genocide, an ethnic cleansing. Oh, wait, you call it migration. I search in psychology books for an answer to the lies in your religious books. Who else fails to pray? Who else fails to pray? Who else is repulsed at the sight of sympathy? New York Times, your sympathy is a crime. There are no genocides without the New York Times, redacting the English language, putting the passive and passive aggressive and the gas and gaslighting, making the tense more tense and the truth more dense, serving dessert for main dish and calling it a main dish. There are no genocides without an editor who sold his soul, a writer who sold his soul, and a reader with no soul. This genocide is sponsored by the New York Times. It is time you go read the New York war crimes. It is time we call it the Zionist Times. And a shout out to friends and other folks in New York City who started a newspaper called the New York War Crimes, which basically writes about how the critiques the New York Times coverage, and they've been distributing the paper all over New York City, and it's been such a beautiful form where art meets a protest, and I recommend you check it out, the New York War Crimes. So this is one poem, and I want to say that in our culture, there is not a lot of space for rage. In fact, rage is seen as, even like armed resistance is seen as terrorism. So perhaps like the armed resistance within ourselves towards what's unfair, we perhaps criticize it as terrorism because of what we're told that association is. So I've been trying to be more gentle with my rage. And by being gentle with it is making space for it in my writing. So the next poem I'm going to read is about my neighbor. I hope she's not here. She's not. I mean, she writes for the New York Times. It just happens that she does. But there has been a lot of reflections on what is it like to live next to someone who, is a full-on supporter of Israel and trying to hide what I support because of fear that I have of perhaps she's also like the neighborhood watch. So I'm like, what if she kicked me out of the neighborhood? So it's called My Neighbor. A modern accident, a vacant testament, a stalled rapture. Burials on repeat, a spill of red wine on a white gown, salt and pepper trinkets never apart. I speak verbs with different tongues, hoping this verb, this war will land. I say, imagine, picture, attempt, a tent, a fire, a plastic bag full of limbs as belonging. I say, listen, but it's I who ends up listening to the thickness of oil spilled in a sea. I listen to the neighbor's empty bath, to electronic music at the border of cruelty. I smell neighbor's barbecue for Columbus. I watch neighbor's barbecue for a hunger strike. My neighbor forgets we drink from the same well. When my grandmother tells me a neighbor is king and a stranger is God and her husband is trash, I laugh. When I meet the thick accent traveler who speaks like no softness has ever flirted with his lips, and he asks me where I'm from and calls me a neighbor, I do not think of God. I think of phosphorus bombs and aching olive trees. I think of Toys R bombs, of bird hunting season, of a fake snow resort in a desert. I think of not a neighbor, but of rage. And I know rage like I know the underside of my skin, handed to me from the hands of a bear, my mother. Rage is the melody when the living stalls. Feiruz sings, Nahna wal qamar jiran, which means us and the moon are neighbors. I want to sing us and massacres and genocides are neighbors. My neighbor calls for prayer. I mean for my murder. I mean for my car to move. It is blocking 1 inch of her driveway. Her calls louder than the call to prayer. My neighbor hides a nuclear bomb in her basement, and I did not know until she painted her house white and blue. Thank you. And some context for this poem, because I sometimes, read poems and I'm like, I don't know what the person is talking about, the poet, but I want to tell you, is that there is a tactic that some Israelis have done over time and continue to do is whenever Palestinian prisoners who were illegally detained go on hunger strike, and it's reported in the mainstream news years ago, they would go and barbecue meat at the door of the prison. So they barbecue meat so the prisoners who are on a hunger strike suffer. So that is one reference here. And then I would say that just like having music festivals at the border of Gaza and not even wondering like what could be happening. Who is behind the border? Are they okay? Can they leave? Yeah. And then the last reference is Toys R Us, and I use Toys R Bombs because in Lebanon, the Israelis in the 2006 war, they left behind toys that were bombs so that children, while they're playing with them, they detonate. So this is a level of cruelty that as a psychotherapist, I just still can't fully comprehend. Not just because I'm from the region and I experienced it, but in general, it baffles me. All right, so this poem is called Silence, and I wrote it around Thanksgiving and the holidays. So I was at my partner's family in the upper like in near Albany, and they have like life is normal, and they're buying gifts and such, and I was a mess inside, but I had to hide it. So silence, there is a genocide. I mean, a holiday sale, a one-day holiday sale for everybody, 10 bodies. For everybody, a sale. Silence. There is truce. I mean, there is a truth no one will tell you. The truth is our blood is not for sale. Silence, there is a sale, 100 bodies for unlimited oil, 1,000 bodies for I don't have capacity for this, 10,000 bodies for more land to settle, 100,000 bodies for small talk and yoga classes uninterrupted, and 1 million bodies for never having to ask why. Silence, there is a genocide and a sale. I mean, there is no genocide, only a sale and apathy and irony and cruelty. Thank you. I'll read one last one. I don't know how much that I have, but okay. This one is called It Is Lies All Over Again. So it is a poem that I wrote after another poem that is called It Is Beirut All Over Again, that I highly recommend you read. Maybe I'll read it. And that poem was a big inspiration for me, as I've been, in this work of activism for so long. And when you read poems from before, you think that, oh, wait, things haven't really changed because we're writing the same things over and over again. But maybe it is in this short time. And sometimes I tell myself maybe it's going to take a couple hundred years and I won't be here for the change. But Atel Adnan wrote this poem, and Atel Adnan is a Lebanese queer, she passed away, painter and artist, and who blew up in the past 10 years. She's in the MoMA and all over, so I wrote this poem after her. It is lies all over again. It's 40 beheaded babies all over again. It's the homeless encampment back again. It's insurance costs rising again. Costs is now called premium, and theft is a copay again, and a deductible I still don't understand again. And I'm bleeding again, confused all over again. It's the hasbara spat like venom, different tongues, same master. It's lonely when I'm busy again. You can buy anything here. A neon water bottle, a CBD drink, a house in the West Bank. When you are a billionaire, will you explain to me who runs the world? Will you whisper to me, girls, girls? Will you bring up Barbie again? It is lies all over again, pretty lies that precede genocide. We watch, we freeze. It is anti-Semitic to scream. And Gaza is Iraq all over again. And Iraq is Afghanistan all over again. And my neighbor eats her gluten-free bagel with a side of two-state solution, a steak and a final solution. In America, they kill you once and again. They poison your soil and send you vegan aid. The fool thinks freedom is a kingdom, trapped in shackles of medication and dissociation. But true freedom is a Palestinian's faith. It is free Palestine on a girl's phone on the plane. It's the cooked brisket at the Solidarity encampment. It is looking the Israeli in the eyes until he gets on the next plane. It is the smile of a student being arrested. Freedom is the kafiyya, sitting around your neck, your heart, your shoulders, sitting like the elders said in prayer and resolve. Kafia is our lightsaber again. The tantrum of the Zionist is how we know we are free. What do we say to him again? We the free don't have time for him. We are busy rising again. The veil is now a kafia and it has been lifted and the kafia worn. The Statue of Liberty is now 40 beheaded babies. A lie again. We see through the lies again. Thank you.
Jessica Semak, can I ask you a favor? Can you grab that microphone and come down with me while they prepare for the next speaker?
Yeah, and I wanted to share that I brought some copies of my poetry books if people are interested.
Poetry books, in case anybody's interested. Let me ask you a question, because on stage we have Dr. Stuart Cohen, who will be sharing a little bit about open source innovation, no, open innovation for a thriving planet, right? As we prepare for him, I would like to ask you a little bit about the power of poetry. Now, you said you are a psychotherapist as well.
Yeah.
And I'm very curious as to what can poetry communicate that rational thought or what we experience through psychotherapy cannot?
That's a great question. Poetry is the language of the heart. Poetry is the soundtrack of all the resistance movements. Poetry is the soundtrack of any change. Throughout history, poetry has been a cornerstone of expression of what we could feel that is so big, that needs to be processed. And I do think that for me, writing this helps me be able to talk to my Zionist neighbor, right? Because I'm able to process this rage and confusion that I feel and not take it out on her. So I do believe that poetry can help us express ourselves and make space for those feelings, because otherwise we act them out or we repress them and then we get sick.
All right. That's a beautiful answer. Let me follow it up with another question there. If it is journalists that are forming public opinion, and again, speaking to the mind, when clearly what we need is more empathy, more feeling, what are the outlets or what could change for poetry to find more space in these public discourses? Is there an outlet? Again, often we hear artists speak up without really having an articulate opinion, or just because they feel that they need to address their Instagram followers.
Yeah.
But is there an agora? Is there a place where poetry and emotionally articulated, I was going to say thought, but actually emotionally articulated sentiment can help people make sense of things?
Yeah, it makes me think, as you're talking of prayer and how even recently our friends and I started a Sufi prayer circle. So I'm not religious per se. Like, I grew up Christian Maronite, which is a sect in Lebanon. And my grandfather is Druze originally and then converted. But so I don't feel perhaps connected to the, for example, current struggle from a religious perspective. However, I have been longing to sit and connect with something bigger. And so our friends started translating poetry music, which is poetry song, Sufi songs, which is poetry, and we sit and do a call and response. So it makes me think about, like, can we start creating more circles for prayer that are not religious? Because there is something around being together and being in prayer and connecting with something bigger. Because during these times of immense tragedy, whether what's happening with the climate change or what's happening even here in the Bay, right? I walk out and I see unhoused people. As a therapist, I see their struggle, their serious mental health issues, and I cannot make sense of how this is happening, and I feel helpless, right? So we're living in a time where you cannot escape what's actually going on, right? Like, you cannot disconnect from it. So these times call for more, I would say, prayer and connection with something bigger and being together in community, not just debating, because we do see the limits of debates. Look where we are now. We are warring everywhere. So I think we need more heart. Yeah.
We need more heart, the limits of debate, and where poetry begins. That's so beautiful.
So much for having me. Yeah. And
Thank you so much. I'm going to give this to Stuart here. Roxy, are we ready? All right, ladies and gentlemen, today and right now on stage, we have none other than the Executive Director of the Buckminster Fuller Institute.
All right. Hey, everybody. Great to be here. Great to be with Design Science Studio. You've been doing amazing work. So, welcome to Open Innovation for Planetary Thriving. A month ago, I spoke at the Pathbreaking Earth Commons conference, along with Lynn Twist and many others devoted to large-scale systems change towards planetary thriving. Lynn continues to do critically important work with Pachamama Alliance and Amazon Sacred Headwaters. Back in 1976 at Marin Civic Center north of San Francisco, Lynn Twist heard Buckminster Fuller speak in front of 2,000 people, and he later served as an important mentor as she launched the Hunger Project. And Lynn shared this amazing experience that she had. Fuller said, because we as a huge family are doing so much more with so much less, that we now clearly live in a world in profound sufficiency. He used the word sufficiency, and he said, that means we move across this threshold, a you or me understanding of the world. Either you make it at my expense or I make it at your expense, because there's not enough for both of us. Two, on the other side of this threshold, a you and me world, where you and I can both make it and at no one's expense. He said, this is a transformation that's so profound, so earth-shattering, mind-boggling that it will take 50 years from 1976. So 50 years to fully realize it. Well, that's actually 2026. Interesting. That there's enough for everyone everywhere to have a healthy and productive life, and we no longer need to be rival risks or competing with each other for scarce resources. He said it'll take 50 years because all the institutions of humankind are rooted in a you or me understanding of the world. On this side of the threshold, the economy clearly rooted, invented from a you or me understanding of the world, understanding that the world is scarce resources. But he said also governance is rooted in a you or me understanding of the world, education rooted in a you or me understanding of the world, politics. He went through all the institutions of humankind. He said, it'll take 50 years for us to realize that our institutions are rooted in an inaccurate understanding of the world, and they will become so dysfunctional in 50 years that we cannot fix them. We will not be able to repair them. We will not be able to prop them up any longer. They will disintegrate before our very eyes, every single institution of humanity. And that's when we will need to reinvent, recreate new institutions for the human family that are rooted in the truth of the more accurate understanding of the world, the context of sufficiency. Well, who was Buckminster Fuller? He was a radical, a visionary, an edge walker, a trickster, and a shaman. He always asked us to start with the largest possible design context, the universe, and to use our pattern harvesting abilities, as a species to create local sufficiency, moving from weaponry to livingry. We are called to move to a larger context of transformation. Buckminster Fuller was an inventor, a designer, architect, philosopher, and futurist. Long before there was a modern sustainability movement, he believed that 100% of life could flourish on this magnificent planet. And he spent most of his life encouraging people to work with integrity, tenacity, and creativity towards this goal. Fuller was born in 1895, and in the early 1980s, after decades of innovative work across disciplines, he started the Buckminster Fuller Institute. BFI turned 40 on December 15th. And we had a big party right here at Gray Area, which was incredible. Some of you were here. I have to say, Roxy pulled this off. Like, we had this crazy idea. Let's just have a giant party. We had 4 weeks lead time. And Roxy and her amazing team created this amazing party. We had over 400 people here with screens and everything. Next slide, please. So Fuller proposed a positive vision of comprehensive anticipatory design science, whole systems, long time scales, creative design interventions powered by rigorous science. He suggested that we always start with the largest possible design context, what he called scenario universe. Here we see the Carina Nebula giving birth to millions of stars. Next slide. So we have to admit something really frightening and terrifying and traumatic. We have to admit that this is the wrong self-organizing attractor. And as a system scientist, I mean it in the technical sense, literally a strange attractor in a dynamical systems context. This huge vortex that swirls us inexorably towards this point that everything flows towards. And right now we're flowing towards the wrong one. Can you go back? Thanks. So it's an attractor made of many things, and really this could go back thousands of years. But some of the more recent aspects of the attractor, the large-scale colonization process that we might date to 1492, the Westphalian nation-state system that was established in 1648, neoclassical economics circa 1870, and even the Bretton Woods Agreement that established the modern global financial architecture. Those are all parts of that attractor that is swirling and swirling and drawing us in, and we're all trying to figure out, is there a way out of the attractor? And Fuller spent his life trying to point directions out. Next. So we need to open the design space for the third attractor. Daniel Schmachtenberger proposes 3 self-organizing attractors in the complex dynamical system sense. First, one where fear turns us against each other and towards a strong leader. Second, a lack of social cohesion, chaotic breakdown, collapse. Well, Buckminster Fuller Institute is working towards the third attractor. We're trying to open some design space for the third attractor, and so is Design Science Studio. Radical, participatory, social, and economic transformation grounded in ancient layers of governance and relationality tied to the contours of living processes and cultures, newly supported by Web3 and related mycelial technologies. Imagine nested holes from neighborhood assemblies, watershed councils, and indigenous nations to bioregions. This image shows one such map of relationality. In the background, you can see the veins of rivers forming watersheds on every continent. Then new forms of governance at larger scale, bioregions in solidarity all the way to planetary scale, the Himalayan mountain range, the great atmospheric rivers, the Amazon basin, the migratory pathways of whales. All of these can have their own trusts and governance processes and be funded to maintain coherence and regenerate. Governance for planetary health and thriving with multiple species represented, self-sovereign land, interlinking commons. And perhaps year by year, the Westphalian system of nation states will wither in importance and power as we reconnect governance, economic, culture, and software with living processes. Next. Welcome to the pluriverse, able to accommodate radical diversity in ways of knowing and ways of being, not just the universe, the pluriverse, ways of governing and ways of organizing economies, a hierarchy, a form of management or rule in which any unit can govern or be governed by others depending on circumstances, and hence no one unit dominates the rest. A hierarchy as entangled and mutually imbricated as life itself. Nested commons, overlapping commons, profound blending of the human and the more than human. Next. So one of the things we do at Buckminster Fuller Institute is called the BFI Design Lab. And we're working on open innovation systems that are strategically addressing critical challenges for planetary thriving. So it's a lab addressing planetary thriving. Next. So how do we do that? Well, it's commons-based. So we encourage broad, open innovation systems, open innovation ecosystems that are all about putting core IP, protocols, processes into the commons for the use of all, for what Fuller called spontaneous cooperation, to move towards thriving. That means open design, open science, open data, applying comprehensive anticipatory design science practically at many levels of scale. And when innovation systems enter the lab, we shine a digital spotlight on them. We provide membership in what's now an incredibly powerful global design lab cohort. Sometimes we offer fiscal sponsorship when that's helpful. And that just means, say you've got an amazing project working for the common good. How do you get the benefits of being a nonprofit entity without starting a whole nother nonprofit? Well, fiscal sponsorship allows that to happen. So a project can create energy and momentum very quickly and then receive donations and grants right away. We do that with a lot of projects, including the Design Science Studio and Regeneracity. We also can allow for joint fundraising. So we can take our 40-year track record, all the ups and downs and bumps along the way, but we have a certain name recognition, a certain track in the world. So we can join forces and say, all right, here's an emerging project, but within the context of a stable long-term organization. Let's go get a significant grant, or let's talk to a major donor. And of course, connections over time to aligned regenerative capital. Next. So what are we up to? So massive action. I love this. How many people know about Bruce Mau's work? Okay, a few of you. So Bruce Mau, legendary designer. Check out the documentary on Amazon Prime, just called Mau, M-A-U. And BC Williams is his design partner. They are systemic, incredible designers, and they have this amazing project to support 100 million life-centered designers. That's the tagline for the project, life-centered designers. I love that. So it's just a global network of labs and projects and schools and activities, and BFI Design Lab is right there in the mix as this sort of gets activated all over the world. Next. So there's an effort called the Planetary Regeneration Alliance. It's a group of 9 organizations learning, commenting, and bioregioning together in a process of co-design with Indigenous knowledge holders and non-Indigenous partners and allies. Our goal is to support place-based landscape partnerships, organizing teams tied to bioregions, watersheds, Indigenous nations, mountain ranges, islands, small nation states. We're designing a comprehensive architecture of offerings that you can see here, and sometimes complementary, less formal forms of engagement that can support both rapid short-term enhancement of resilient and long-term journeys of regeneration. Founding organizations include AIM Mentoring out of Australia, Indigenous Knowledge Systems Lab out of Australia, Finance for Gaia, Open Civics, BFI, One Earth, Open Future Coalition, Ripple of Impact, and Dark Matter Labs out of the UK. It's been an amazing design process. So starting with this foundation of 9 organizations, simply because a mycelial network must start somewhere, we're also designing a pathway for multiple complementary and interlinked commons to govern themselves, be nourished gracefully with resources, hold software and IP, and offer services to place-based regeneration initiatives. Each commons will have protocols enabling individuals, organizations, networks, movements to participate in multiple roles. Open, participatory commons, but with protocols and rules inspired by Indigenous epistemologies and the ancient Western commoning tradition elegantly formalized by the economist Elinor Ostrom. Next. So, kind of spinning out of the Planetary Regeneration Alliance, one of the early amazing offerings is called the BioFi Project, Bioregional Finance. So we know about DeFi, decentralized finance, ReFi, regenerative finance, CoFi, complementary finance, MyCoFi, mycelial finance. So bioregional finance. So a major paper is coming out in the next couple of weeks. Look for it on our site. We'll be posting it in various places, but it's an amazing design template for bioregional financing facilities, place-based regenerative financing facilities that come in different flavors, trusts that kind of support the whole ecosystem, more from a philanthropic basis or from major international award processes, investment companies, venture studios, literally bioregional banks that can issue their own nature-based currencies tied to the region, issuance of eco credits, and so forth. Next. Within the lab, we're partnering with an amazing organization called Flower Hill Institute, based at Jemez Pueblo, New Mexico. And it's an indigenous rewilding network for the United States, but working in solidarity with other movements like this around the world. Very important that it's indigenous led. So starting with the land base of the 577 federally recognized tribes in the United States, each of which is a sovereign nation, expanding the land base with land back, doing co-management with federal land, and getting the jobs to tribal participants, having the whole process tribally led, and really looking at this beautiful intersection of land back rematriation and rewilding, which is the full recovery of species, all their diversity and all their abundance and all ecological processes on a landscape. So rewilding and rematriating. And how do you get there? By remembering, by reconnecting, reimagining, re-inhabiting, and ultimately restoring. Next. Large-scale ecological restoration, but also large-scale water cycle restoration. So we literally need to make sure that moisture is moving in the atmosphere and interacting with vegetation in the right way at the scale of tens or even hundreds of miles. So for instance, the coastal redwoods in California, Northern California, are absolutely critical in creating kind of this amazing conveyor belt of moisture as the trees high up in the canopy capture water and then evaporate it again, and it goes inland. In parts of the world that are beginning to lose the coastal forests especially, or critical coastal grasslands or other vegetation, you start to break that ability to move water inland. And this is happening with the great atmospheric rivers of the Amazon basin, where those rivers are weakening and they're no longer able to have enough strength to go all the way to the base of the Andes, flow along the base of the Andes, and then back out to the Atlantic. So these atmospheric rivers, these processes of water vegetation interaction are absolutely critical. And our partner in this work is called the Weather Makers, which is this amazing Dutch company. It's a for-profit engineering company. And their team has figured out ways to revegetate and bring back the water cycle, even in very desertified places like their flagship project, which is in the Sinai Peninsula in northern Egypt. And this work touches what we just heard. It's heartbreaking. This is now a geopolitical hotspot. This is an area 100 miles to the west of Gaza. And there's a chance to bring life and incredible greenery and potential and restoration to this part of northern Egypt. People like John Liu, amazing restorations ecologist and filmmaker, he started as a war correspondent, and he made the connection a long time ago that when there's ecological failure, human conflict follows, and that all we can hope is if we begin to focus on restoring and bringing back the waters, and what Fuller always said about sufficiency and there being enough, that we'll at least have the preconditions for peace. And there's a lot more incredibly difficult human cultural work to rebuild peace. But at the very least, we can rebuild water and greenery everywhere in the world. Next. And life-centered AI. So we just saw that incredible presentation about how playful AI can be. It's also terrifying. right? It has an incredible shadow side, and we are here kind of out of nowhere. San Francisco is the global center of AI. Like this just happened over the last 4 years or so. So we have to grapple with this here in the Bay Area. We can put a possibility in front of amazing software engineers and say, you could be working towards life-centered AI. You could be working with regenerative design principles, creating software that could support us in our dance, in our nurturing with Gaian systems at all levels of scale. And that's the kind of software that we should be working on to support human communities all the way from every single tiny watershed basin, all the way to continental scale, to planetary scale, to be in this dance with life. And that's the kind of software that we need. We can forget about the other software telling us, how to buy more or surveil us. Forget it. It's all hands on deck. This is the moment. This is when we have to rebuild the dialogue between human, natural world, and we have a trickster figure. We now have our digital frenemies, our digital frenemies, right? They're like, what are they going to do next? Are they our friends? Are they our enemies? They're actually kind of beings. They're tricksters. They can be merciless and terrifying, but they can be playful and life-giving, like a coyote trickster figure. So we have to figure out, right? Human, more than human, digital. Let's talk, right? Let's figure out a way forward, and let's get software engineers at least moving towards something positive around the kind of decision support that we need. So as part of this work, we're engaging IEEE, which has 350,000 software engineers in that society, to create a working group around life-centered AI, to create principles, guidebooks that at least can offer an alternative vision for software. Next. So please connect. Reach out to me today or by email, website. Potential BFI Design Lab initiatives. We're always creating kind of the next 5 amazing lab projects that we might engage with. Buckminster Fuller told us that to change something, build a new model that makes existing models obsolete. BFI is here to support the most important builders of all, those building models that can collectively put a dent in the future, wide enough to walk through into a living, thriving world together. So connect with us, link up with us. You're in the right place with Design Science Studio. We're very close partners, BFI and Design Science Studio. Thank you for your work, your dedication to a regenerative world. I wish you well as you sort of graduate from this cohort. Stay connected, and peace to all of us.
Dr. Cohen, I'm sorry. Could we ask you a couple of questions while Roxy sets up? Let me just grab this mic for you. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get another round of applause for Dr. Stuart Cohen and the work we're doing at the Buckminster Fuller Institute? We have time for a couple of questions.
Okay,
First
bring it on.
question I wanted to shoot was, you shared with us everything that's being done, even in terms of AI, ecology, agriculture, empowering indigenous communities and bringing indigenous wisdom into the present times. My question was concerning something you said at the beginning, which was this us against them mentality, this zero-sum kind of way of perpetuating humanity that doesn't seem to serve humanity.
Yeah.
And what are we doing in terms of culture, beliefs, and behaviors?
To move away from that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I really wanted to start with that quote from Lynn Twist because it is so powerful, right? For someone who was at the height of his fame, this was 1976. Fuller was already 81, but he was this incredible orator. And think of this sort of tiny figure. He was, very short. He was probably wearing his usual incredibly formal, dark suit. He looked like this very mainstream person, you know. And that was his trickster role, right? He sort of dressed like with this one outfit so he could talk to presidents and he could talk to military leaders and just sort of influence the mainstream. But in his heart, he was a complete radical. And so that speech, just naming something as simple as moving from, you know, you versus me, there's not enough, we're competing for scarce resources, suggesting that that was such a rotten foundation for everything we were building, right? Culturally, all of our institutions, all of our organizations, that that would sort of fall apart. And the fact he named this time frame, I'm kind of got the chills because I think he was pretty much right. I think we all have that sense in 2024 things are very much spinning out of control. The main narratives and stories that we've had are just not, they're just not holding together. And we need these new models. So how is that happening culturally? A lot of my energy goes to bioregional watershed-based work, places all over the world, just people saying, let's work together, let's turn towards each other as we experience water scarcity, or we're wondering how to get enough food as global supply chains, you know, begin to be fragile. They turn towards each other and say, well, what is this place? What's the genius of this place? What's the beauty of this place? What's happening here ecologically, culturally, and what's the path forward? And so that kind of, that peace and possibility and turning towards each other happens at these smaller levels of scale. We have to rebuild all that solidarity in urban neighborhoods and all the way out to watersheds.
So it's almost as if these moments of critical self-exploration or flashpoints, civilizational flashpoints, where we can see clearly that the previous models aren't serving, where someone has to step in with new solutions, something like this.
Yeah, you got it.
Beautiful, beautiful. I've been listening. We have time for a question, and I see we have a hand raised over there.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Chris. I guess I'll stay standing here. I enjoyed this a lot. I like the zoomed out perspective you provided. Thank you. And I wanted to regard like an affirmation. I think that from all the different experiences I've seen of different ways of addressing the global issues, I really appreciate how thoughtful and well thought out like the approaches are to creating these systems. My curiosity is in a potential blind spot and how we like cover our own blind spots, because I have them too. So I'm curious, in creating these spaces, which I think is appropriate with those who have agency to do so, and connecting those who have different ideas, what do we do to then plug the hole in our own boat before trying to figure out where we're going? Because we have a third of like the Black population incarcerated as the modern day slave. And that's still how the economy is able to afford such cheap processing domestically to what they don't outsource. So these unspoken like taboos, again, I'm not looking for anyone to blame in the present. Neither one of us had people. However, how do we, one, free those people? Because that's also like intellectual data. That's also lived experience that's locked up and might have some of the answers we're looking for. And then how do we make sure that the things we create, we quarterback and pass the ball to other corners of the world, other corners of the class system, because they might have answers we can't even think to ask for quite yet.
Wow. Thank you. Yeah, it's a beautiful question. Yeah. Radical participatory processes, right? And it's ceaselessly connecting and connecting to make sure the very edges of the system, those who have been most marginalized, are right there leading the conversation. And for us, our work so far has had a lot of focus on Indigenous leadership. And so working with Indigenous Knowledge Systems Lab, we're trying to understand the protocols to properly engage with Indigenous cultures in each bioregion. But we need to develop similar protocols culturally with many different ethnic and cultural groups. And every region will have its own wisdom around that. And we have to just learn from each other really quickly how to do that. Yeah, but that's the key question. I'd be curious kind of what your suggestions might be for that. So yeah. Well, great. Thank you all so much.
Can we get one more round of applause for Dr. Cohen? And a lot of appreciation for the Buckminster Fuller Institute. Thank you so much.
Okay, hi. Thank you so much, Stuart. That was incredible. Can we have another round of applause for Stuart Cohen? You know, I didn't intentionally plan to go right after Stuart in terms of the design of the day, but I'm so glad that I did, and also after Wade, because both the Buckminster Fuller Institute and the Gray Area Foundation for the Arts have been instrumental and incredibly supportive and important for the work that we have been doing in the Design Science Studio as core partners since the very beginning. And so it's an honor to get to share the stage. And what I wanted to talk about today is a variety of things. I wanted to contextualize this a little bit here in the city of Regenera, and I wanted to share a little bit about the Design Science Studio. So we're going to start with Regenera. Now, here we are in Regenera Rising. And Regenera is a city that has docked. Now, this city, let's see if we can get the this city has come together through the minds and hearts of creators from all over the world. And these creators were magnetized to a place called the Design Science Studio. Now, this place is what we call a protopia. And a protopia, as opposed to utopia or a dystopia. So utopia is kind of unattainable and static. It's this sort of idealized vision of a space. And we all, I think, are very familiar with what a dystopia is. But protopias are really about like small incremental improvements. They're also about being a continuous dialogue, more of a verb than a noun, more of a process than a destination. Always iterative, meant to be questioned, adjusted, and expanded. And so inherently, they're focused on actually recentering marginalized perspectives, especially at the intersection of Indigenous and queer and disability justice. Some of these kinds of groundings into what Protopia are actually come from one of the Design Science Studio members, Monica Blyskite, who actually spoke a few days ago in Regenerative Rising, Protopia Futures. And it's really about being anchored in principles of plurality, beyond binaries, about community, beyond borders, a celebration of presence, regenerative action, and the evolution of cultural values. And so this beautiful city of Regenera has been born in that spirit. Now, many weird and unusual things happened around that 2020, 2021 era. And the global pandemic was definitely not the most extraordinary. No. According to the historians of the Green Book, at the beginning of the 21st century, on the first day of the fourth moon, a city descended from the clouds. A floating city propelled by advanced natural technologies. It was a technological wonder. Let me see if I can. Lost my mouse. I can still tell you about the technological wonder, even though I'm lost in my screen. The entire city was powered by the sun and the wind, and the purest water ran through the streets and the canals, and the plants of all kinds of animals coexisted with humans, living in the city, packed in its lively streets. It was a city like no other. It was a wonderful balance between technology and nature, where curiosity was virtue and kindness the law. And this city appeared at a pivotal moment when humanity needed hope and a lot of knowledge to share, and potentially even the experience of living another way. And the city was called Regenera. So the city actually appeared and disappeared at will. What? Trippy. Found the mouse. And it had many doors on Earth through which you could enter. It would periodically dock in places. One time it even docked in the Gray Area Foundation, the Gray Area Grand Theater. They got a rebrand recently, so Gray Area Grand Theater, here we are. So this arrival changed everything. And in these moments when gloom and doom predictions seem more plausible than the opposite, the city brought joy and hope and new ways to understand our connection with the planet and how we relate with each other. It reminded us how to rethink our food systems, how to approach problems differently by looking to nature first. It brought new ideas and new governance systems and new ways to celebrate and align with the seasons, new approaches on how to reuse things that still had life. Who did the upcycling workshop earlier? Hello. There we go. Thank you, Miss Velvet Cream. Miss Velvet. So. Many new ways to die and weave new forms of debate. New ways to plant, to build, to write, to tell, to dream. It was a representation of a new way of thinking and doing that some called solar punk, some called the regenerative movement, some called a great awakening. But it shared one thing in common, the will to make the world work for all of life within it. And here we are in this city. So what is this city really? Well, it's a story universe. It's a construct. It's a protopia. It's a place to imagine. And the future is always first an idea, and Regenera is our sketchbook. Everything can fit here. Art, ideas, spaces, people. If you've never been to the library, I recommend it. It's full of very valuable books that are free, of course, and not banned. Definitely not banned. The streets are filled with little taverns and gathering places, and incredible experiences are curated at every corner. But what's most valuable is its people, and it's those people and the care that they have for all of life. The love of the animism and the aliveness of all of life that's centered to the core and the care and the love. And so it's like a port and a place that's always welcome to newcomers, like all of us once were. And it's filled with these dreamers and land stewards and imagineers and anticipatory design scientists and artists and rebels and poets and polymaths. And it's a place to dream. And in this place, there's offline, there's online, there's spaces, there's artifacts. It's an infinite universe inviting all of us to imagine and to live inside of the potential of a world that can work for all. And we can dock our projects and our ideas and our spaces because there's this thing called a dialectic shift, right? Have you ever watched a film where all of a sudden you were like, oh, I forgot that I was watching a movie? This place of suspended disbelief where we remember that there is something beyond the way things are. And so in this infinite universe on a tiny floating island, inspired by the Hellenistic Museum, where artists and philosophers and mathematicians and scholars gathered and shared knowledge, Regenera lives in many places. And we have, for the last few years, created primarily online. But occasionally we get to dock in real life. And these portals that open up, they invite us into these new rituals, these new ways of being and living, this part of our new myth OS. And they're portals into this universe to find kindred spirits navigating a similar journey. And so this world building that we are playing inside of can be as extensive as we want. And for the many people that will engage with it, we can create archetypes. If you haven't been in the citizen onboarding and gotten your citizen badge, I highly recommend it, because think about, what is the archetype that you are calling into yourself? Are you the myth maker? Are you the ritualist, the permaculturist? What is your weaving that you're bringing forward in service to a world that works for all? And how might we create these narrative artifacts and spaces and places that invite others into the trueness of the stewardship that they each hold to support this thriving future? And this universe invites us to play. And so, there's a handful of citizens who have come through over the years, probably a few hundred who have officially gone through the citizen process. Some of which are in this room right now. And the funny thing is that this floating city, we didn't really design. It kind of always was there because our logo kind of looks like a floating city. Totally not planned. And so in this floating city, in this place to dream, this like levity of vision that we have lovingly co-stewarded, co-authored, and tended to as a community in the Design Science Studio. What is the Design Science Studio? Now I'm officially at time, so I'm going to do this. What do you say? Keep going. All right. Well, I'll try not to spend too much time, but I feel like it's important to share about what the Design Science Studio is, because not all of you know. Who doesn't know what the Design Science Studio is? Okay. That's not true. Okay, I saw 8 hands, and the rest of you, love you. Hi. So what is the Design Science Studio? So the Design Science Studio is an educational and cultural incubator for the art of the Regenaissance. Yeah. And it was created to empower global creators around the world to take the time to imagine a regenerative future that ignites and catalyzes inspiration and conversation and action to lead to a transition to a world that does work for all. Because we're in a time of radical change. And radical, right? It means from the root. We are looking at the root of our systems that are crumbling, that are not working. And as we move through this and we are questioning our social and financial systems, this movement has been emerging everywhere. This regenerative renaissance, this new narrative of our future that is interwoven with nature and leaves no one behind. And so we aim at creating behavioral change. Nico over here says this beautiful thing. Behavior is a function of culture, and it's true. As we change our culture, our behaviors change. And the people who are currently our society, who are tending to these systems, can recognize the ways that they are broken and can say this doesn't have to be the way that they continue to be. And in spaces like this, in cultural containers like the gray area, and cultural containers like Regenera, we're invited to remember, to come back together in that knowing that we are the seeds of an evolutionary process, a revolution that can reimagine life and reimagine what that means now and into the future for our planet and for all of those to come and for right now. And so design science is actually rooted, as Stuart mentioned, in comprehensive anticipatory design science. And so Design Science Studio was very much born in this beautiful moment and a partnership between the Buckminster Fuller Institute and Hep Ritual, our creative studio, in this retooling of the design science decade. And in this it's shortened, right? Design science is actually comprehensive anticipatory design science. Stuart talked about this already a little bit, but really it's about, we start with the whole, like how comprehensive can you be? What are the nested systems? Anticipatory, literally thinking ahead, like how far out can we look, even to the short term, the medium term, the long term, really trying to like step outside of our myopic lens, creating with intention and discovering through experience. And there's a whole other dimension as well, because in this space, as we were talking about a little bit, if you were here yesterday when Jenny and I were on stage and I was sharing that I had this amazing opportunity when we had Carol Sanford come and share with us in the Design Science Studio, recognizing that we're working on systems of oppression, that design justice is actually really core to our work as well. And so these next few slides, Stephen Baum made. Yeah, Stephen. And this comes from an incredible, if you haven't read Design Justice, I recommend, but we were going through this process of recognizing this intersectional space between design justice and comprehensive anticipatory design science, and recognizing that they are one and the same. And at their core is love. And as Bucky once said, love is metaphysical gravity. So So as we look at comprehensivity, well, the design justice is recognizing and challenging the historical and systemic inequities perpetuated by design practices. So if we're looking at being anticipatory, then design justice aims to center the voices and needs of those marginalized communities, ensuring that these communities are at the forefront of design solutions that address their unique challenges and promote inclusivity, designing with and not for. Yeah. And design justice plays this pivotal role in revolutionizing systems and policies and structures from healthcare to education, from transportation to technology. And science in that lens is broader than this very westernized perspective of what science might mean. And when we think about it in a new way through this lens, it's promoting equal access and amplifying these voices, that the voice of the voiceless, shaping more inclusive and sustainable solutions to reconnect and reintegrate this sort of centropic organism of life that's been disconnected by the modern industrial machine of death and entropy. And so then, as we think about design justice, it becomes this lens to guide us as we map the territory of the human heart and navigate metaphysical gravity. As Buckminster Fuller articulated in his poetry of art and science, with love at the core. Someone the other day on one of our calls was like, what is the center of the universe? I'm pretty sure it's love. Pretty sure it's love. Because when we think about, like, it really is, it gravitates us towards care. And if we are really deeply caring, we're questioning what that looks like all of the time. And so the design science studio is very much rooted in inquiry. And as a community exploring this, we are the project. And we are inside of this inquiry together. How do we create a world that works for all? And what might that look like inside of this pivotal moment in history when things have never been more fragile? This is the most concentrated transition moment humanity has yet to experience. And in this decisive decade, as many might call it, and we're calling it the design science decade, we can choose to shift the course, to reimagine our systems, and to build a world that works for all, and to move through these phases. You know, we're going to reconcile, we're going to make commitments, we're restoring, we're moving capital, we're reimagining what value really means, we're becoming more resilient, we're coming together so that we can move into the regeneration, so that we become more re-enchanted and we can live in the circularity. But how do we get there? We have to imagine. The future is first an idea, the future is first a feeling. If we do not envision it, we cannot move towards it. And so to transform our collective capacity and create a harmonic future, we must first envision it. And so that's why we are nested inside of this intersectional space of art and science and culture. And as we're moving from old systems to new systems, Bridges are built into these uncertain futures, and we're moving from mechanistic to holistic. And creative language and design is sense making and truth bridging and coherence building. It moves beyond words. It creates shared experience, and it results in clarified and distilled messages and initiatives and ways to work together more quickly and purposefully towards collaboration and coevolution. And so we believe that the power of art and design is a cross-cultural technology and language for systemic change. And through interdisciplinary art, we can transform our path forward, we can regenerate our culture, our planet, and our relationship with the living world. And so we do this work to envision this culture. Bucky talks a lot about trim tabs, and I really think that creative interventions are trim tabs. These moments that can really like reach inside of us and move us towards another way and move us towards action and help to pull back the like I'm sitting here like literally swimming through the mud. It's like there are ways to help people to recognize the systems that are continuing to perpetuate, and those people are us. And some ways that art is so powerful is it functions in this way. It helps us to move towards collective action. And by looking at this intersectional space between art and design and science, we're looking at complexity, we're looking at systems thinking, we're building trust. And that's why we play in the story world of Regenera, because stories help support social and systemic change, and we need to reimagine our society. Our history shows us the power of new narratives, and it is time for art that changes history. And so we are creating it, we're uplifting it, we're living it, we're dreaming it. And how we do that is we have this cultural incubator, and together we are exploring and orienting around embodied education to build bridges for systemic understanding. We are literally living and inviting forward and tending to a community of practice, so many of which are here. Yay! We have a global community. We've done three different years of Design Science Studio Incubator and a decade-long initiative. And all of the work that we're doing is also connected to others in this movement. We recognize that Design Science Studio was very much built inside of this regenerative design principle of capacity building in systems. And the system that we're building capacity in is the designers, it's the artists, it's the philosophers, it's those who are creating another way. And so we do the work to showcase and amplify this work. I was talking to my sister Zahra before. I was like, oh, I feel like I really wanted to take some time and prepare more things for this moment that I'm going to share. And she was like, I think y'all created a lot of things in this space. I was like, right. We definitely have an entire exhibition out there and an entire 7-day program. Correct, that happened. I just felt like I needed to do more. But we're doing it. We're weaving, we're scaffolding. We want to fund and we support in the ways that we can now. And we're launching art that changes history. We're doing it. It's happening. And the structure is really sweet. I'm happy to share about it with anyone who wants to learn. I mean, we've had an online incubator with these cohorts that last 6 to 7 months. Over 350 people have gone through it as of this year. Over 230 projects have been launched. Pretty amazing. And we're learning about things like whole systems design and decoloniality and speculative futures and immersive experience design. And we get to work with partners from around the world like BFI, like Regenaissance, like the Plenary, like Gray Area, like Regeneracity, and so many more. Like Amplifier Art, who had that's creative, the guy jumping up, all the posters that are here, they gifted us. Those are our friends. Yeah, Amplifier. And so we build these showcases, these summits to like invite the world to experience the work and to share theirs too. This is like a moment to magnetize and come together. And so I will close just by saying that in our work of embodying these principles, and many different design principles, there's a few that I think are really special. As we build systems capacity for vitality and viability, that one hasn't really shown itself through the community. We build this community of practice to unlearn, to learn, to evolve, and to experience together. And in order to transition to this regenerative future, we need to build the capacity of all the parts of it. And that will help create conditions for change. And so as artists and designers have the unique capacity to spark the imagination and shape culture that moves people's hearts and minds towards new possibilities, every single one of those people is a node in their communities. And the Design Science Studio nurtures each and every one to help all of us to apply regenerative thinking principles to our work. And in that, we are moving from me to we. We're centering around the interdependence that's present in living systems as a principle, and also with our partners and the projects that are born. And that shows up through our collaborative sessions and our salons and our workshops and our conversations that direct people's creativity to work at different scales within systems to create the conditions to facilitate broader cultural change and transformation. And so I want to thank you for choosing to imagine a different future, a future that is diverse and resilient and equitable and collaborative and biomimetic and decolonized, because it's time for this regenaissance and we're tending to it because this is the decade. And if we don't do it now, we won't get to. And this is our last chance. And we are regenerating the planet and we're reimagining the future, and we're doing it together by regeniusing humanity through a reorientation to nature's design. Yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah. So thank you for architecting the future together. And thank you for coming to Regenerative Rising. Love you. It takes so much courage to do this work, and so much love and so much time. And it would not happen without every single one of you. So thank you for supporting each other, for uplifting each other, and for converging in this special moment to come together. I am so thankful you let me go 20 minutes over. I'm really sorry.
Love is metaphysical gravity. Beautiful. Can we get a little bit more love for Roxy? Everybody who is a part of the studio knows exactly how much work she's put in. Selfless work. That deserves a lot of love. A lot of metaphysical gravity. Shh. Next up, we have Rin del Papa, and we also have Stephanie Atkinson Schwartz, which will be sharing a little bit about their projects. And this actually took a lot faster than I thought. So because we're a bit behind schedule, I will just give you the stage immediately. Can we get them a big round of applause?
Do we have another right over there? So today's talk is neural diversity and creativity. And I know I'm probably speaking to a lot of people who understand what those terms are, but raise your hand if you identify as an artist. All right, that's pretty much all of us. raise your hand if you are neurodivergent or neurospicy. Nice. Feel free to wave it around. And if you're not, raise both hands and just shake it. All right, cool. We've got a few. That's the element of curiosity that we want to spark today. So feel free to sit down. Thank you for that moment of movement. Does anyone happen to know where the neurodiversity term comes from? All right, cool. We're going to do a little history lesson. The term is actually from Judy Singer, a autistic sociologist. I don't know her political leanings. And she's also an autistic advocate. And so in 1993, that term emerged because disability was not inclusive of the benefit of neurodiversity. And it was also amplified by Jim Sinclair, who wrote in a speech called "Don't Mourn for Us." And I'd like to read just a quote from that to highlight the impact of what that term meant. Autism isn't an appendage. It's not a shell a person is trapped inside. There's no normal child behind the autism. Autism is a way of being. It's pervasive. It colors every experience, sensation, perception, thought, emotion, encounter in every aspect of existence. It is not possible to separate the autism from the person. And if it were possible, the person you'd have left would not be the same person you started with. And 31 years later, we now have neurospicy. We have terms that are more flexible and inviting and respectful for not just autism, but so many of the other elements. And neurodivergence, also coined by Judy Singer, is any structured, consistent brain differentiation. And it is an avenue for creativity and exploration, which is both what Stephanie and I will be sharing today in our personal projects from the Design Science Studio. Now, since majority of you rose your hand during the time, this statistic may not surprise you, but 15 to 20% of the world are neurodiverse. That's a number that, while marginalized, is also growing because we're speaking more about it. We're including other people that originally were not even in the research. Many women are still highly underdiagnosed, and it's because the conversations were not inclusive enough. I myself was a late diagnosis. I self-diagnosed in 2021 and then thankfully was able to get a formal diagnosis. And it was like discovering a missing puzzle piece to my life. I was able to reflect on experiences that were incredibly challenging and then also see the beauty of how my brain worked and how it enabled me to live a different life, a different perspective. Just like the quote earlier, it paints every sensation and experiences of your life. So I pause when neurodiversity is equated to simply disability, because it's a spectrum. All of us have challenges too. We cannot deny that because it is a marginalized community. But that spectrum is also growing to show the beauty. And there is research from Dr. Thomas Armstrong, who is a human development expert and psychologist, who shared that there's a growing number of scientists that suggest psychopathologies, aka neurodivergency, may have conferred specific evolutionary advantages in the past and present. That's evolutionary biology, people. We're talking about advances, we're talking about gifts, we're talking about talents. And yes, there are challenges to these, but it is something worth being celebrated. And to round this out, a prominent autistic individual and inventor who was nonverbal, grew up during the 1950s, Temple Grandin, hypothesized that some guy with high functioning Asperger's developed the first stone spear, because it definitely wasn't the person yakking around the campfire. So it is key that we see diversity as a benefit to self and others, because celebrating versus eradicating our neurological diversity could mean larger acceptance for the diversity within humanity. So I'm going to pass to Stephanie to share more insight on her own lived experiences as well.
Thank you. I just wanted to just tap into the evolutionary biological advantage that you spoke of. And just thinking of, I truly believe that creativity is our birthright. And I believe that our brains and our bodies and our beings organize themselves in order to take care of us in the best way they can for whatever it is we're going through. And in that, they arrange themselves in ways that might not work for the way society is set up, but work in these beautifully different kind of ways that when we can open the lens and widen the lens to understand, and I'm speaking to the choir, to many of you, but you know, that we are all on the spectrum of, you know, I just will say that like the project that I'm working on is one of them is
What's the name?
Is called Wonder. We're a way for the cosmos to know itself. And that one is one that I came into the studio with. And then I realized that not everybody can get to that state. And so I went to tuning the vessel, because what I feel is that so many of us, and for myself, I'll speak for myself right now, like I came into someone in trauma, and the water in trauma, if we're talking about cymatics and water, was shaking. And from what we know about things growing, they might grow at different rates. And so there's this way in which, for me, my lived experience is that when I came in, I didn't, like nobody really understood, but while I had 20/20 vision, I didn't have stereo vision. And at a very young age, I was losing my hearing. And in that experience, like things were so challenging for me that was expected of me, but the world was so beautiful and so magical. And I know that's true for many, many children, from the way that we naturally hold our eyes and gaze and things, because we don't have the capacity yet to focus in a certain way that's expected of us later. So just the way that I navigated the world, and like I knew that sound and light and vibration, like I felt them, I saw them, I experienced them whole body, not this separate way that we're taught. And I didn't understand people didn't see or experience this way. But what I did understand is when I showed them, they could see it. When I explained it, they can share it with me. Like I could share it with people. It wasn't like I was so extraordinary, yet I was seeing it differently. I missed things that were expected. So like for me, school was horrible. And the way that I got through school was an anchoring of doodling. So I doodled all the way through school, and people thought I wasn't listening, but that was a way that I listened. It was the way that I stayed connected. And so like art for me was an education. It was a way I got an education. And I'm so grateful to have had that. So like just to wrap with this, like one of the things that I then went from is tuning the vessel to tuning to nature, tune to nature, because what I do is that I'm so much happier outside. So my background is high-end technology from 30 years ago. And I was very great at it because it was intuitive technology. And then it became something different, and I'd rather be in the woods. I am better there. I can assist people there. So I take children and parents who need to understand their children better because they need to see from different perspectives. into the woods, into the forest, into nature, as well as photograph from tuning to the nature. And in that, I have learned so much that I never would learn in a book, that I can share and show somewhere else. I have it, I can share. But it's this way of, we're tuning mechanisms. That's what we're here to do. And I think so many are tuned so beautifully and so sensitively, but the world and I'm going to say the environment, because the world is beautiful, but society and that has shaped something different. But when we tune to it, it's incredible. And we got to just tune back to it, because that's really where we're reconnecting back to the roots and back to the heart of everything. So I just wanted to share that. And
That's awesome. Can you remind us, what is the field? Is it sensory?
So I actually went through sensory integration therapy. That's, kids go through that on the spectrum of autism. But because I didn't have stereo vision and I didn't have this hearing, and so I went through a year of, it was a lot of spinning and eye tracking and three-dimensional sound, because I didn't always know myself in time and space. And so that kind of was a year of that. And I became very good friends with the sensory therapist, who also, fortunately, is incredible at giving support to people, because most of the time, like, people can fall through the cracks. Like, we could have Einsteins all over the place, but if they don't have the support, if we don't have the support, if people don't have the support, they are lost. And like, here we have so much, there's so much creativity, so much beauty, there's so much. So if we can create for the whole of us, as everybody's been talking about, then we create a world for all of us. And as Isabella Welsh was talking about, without judgment, if we can come from without judgment, then we create a world for all that really works. So thank you.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And Stephanie actually inspired me. So the project that I've been working on is called Virtual Oasis Tech, and it's a neuro-inclusive application that integrates virtual reality with AR and VR. And as I was showcasing and speaking more about it in Design Science Studio, Stephanie was mentioning sensory integration from a perspective of how you can use art and how you can integrate your senses for a lot of individuals who are experiencing life very discombobulated, especially when you have other complexities of physical disability. And I wanted to introduce more of what Virtual Oasis Tech is, because it's been an emerging concept that's really been supported in the Design Science Studio because of the curriculum that is really inclusive of so many approaches like Indigenous wisdom. And Virtual Oasis Tech started as a concept that I had prior to joining Design Science Studio, and as part of my application. And the curriculum of Design Science Studio included things that I had already knew about, but expanded on. So futurism, design science, design justice, liberatory design, and so many other amazing components that can now be integrated into this. And my background is public health, as well as about 7 years of B2B SaaS startup experience. So I already knew the tech side, but coming in, I needed to get more integrated into the feeling side so that I could really champion a social impact venture that is inclusive of ecological wisdom and curriculum at the intersection of education and health. And the project is going to require some support. So that's part of the reason that we're here, is showcasing our projects, because we want to ask for our community engagement and learn from others. And my ask for all of you is to engage further. If there's corporations or investment or strategic partners that you think would be a good fit to that, please reach out. Rendell Pop is the name, Virtual Oasis Tech is the organization. And we want to close with just the promise of what we're envisioning. So I'm going to read this quick little statement. Neurodiversity is a movement. It is more than social inclusion. It is about broadening the definition of humanity to be inclusive, accepting, and celebratory of the diversity within our minds, bodies, and communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we get one more round of applause for Rin and Stephanie? You want to give me the microphone?
I do.
Give me- I have the microphone. Next up on stage, we have Stephanie Finn Sass. Is that correct?
Fine, sassy.
Sassy.
Yeah.
Sassy indeed. And we're going to be talking, she's going to be talking a little bit about storytelling, mythology, and the importance it has on us. She is the founder of Plenary. She is an experienced designer. She's a multidimensional artist as well. And as she prepares the computer, it would be good to give her a little bit of encouragement. Yes. So, Miss Sassy, we ready?
I'm ready, yes. Hey, y'all. This is a pretty amazing space to be in. There's a lot of very inspiring hearts and minds in this space. I'm very grateful to be to have a chance to hear from so many of you and to learn a little bit about how you see the world today and as it could be. So very much appreciate you all. So I like to start with a little introduction. These are some of the things that I love. It also gives you a little bit of a sense of some of the lenses that I'll be bringing to this conversation. So I am a neuroscientist by training. That's my formal background. Spent a lot of years trying to figure out how the heck our brains work, how our identities and our emotions affect our behaviors and our beliefs and the choices that we make, and why there is this huge gulf between the way that a lot of us claim to want to be individually and collectively and how we tend to be. And so that became an obsession of mine. You could say I've been sort of a student of change for the past 12 years, experimenting with different ways, diving into different disciplines, trying to make sense of it all. And what I did was work with people from across disciplines as much as possible to say, hey, this is what we're learning from the neuro world. This is what we're learning from the psych world. What do you know? What are we missing? What have practitioners and experts and grassroots leaders from the past many decades and even millennia known that is not currently represented in the way that we design and the way that we create and live within our systems? So this is the Plenary Co.'s basic model. So the Plenary is an art and science nonprofit. We're one of the Design Science Studios partners, and thanks for having me, Roxy. And what we do is we sort of figure out, how do we bring this roadmap that has been created and crafted over many decades by many different disciplines and spheres and communities, how do we turn that into real spaces? How do we turn that into experiences that might have a chance at creating conditions that are conducive to openness and change? And so I'm going to talk today about a few of what I've found to be really valuable cognitive myths to understand. So the myths kind of suck, they're not so valuable, but understanding them has brought tremendous value to the way we think about design. And I'm a big believer that the more we can understand ourselves, each other, and the nature of ideas and how ideas move through our world, the more likely we are to be able to find ways to meaningfully navigate them. So we always start with a conversation at our shows about bias in one way or another. Whenever we do any kind of experience, we start with bias. And one of the reasons why is because we want from the get-go to make sure that people moving into a space understand that they are biased. It is not, there is no such thing as an unbiased brain. Brains are bias-making machines. There's biases that are more cruel than others that have influenced the systems that we live in. But no matter what, the brain is constantly taking in information, filtering it, making a subjective reality that we live in. And it's doing that because that's the way that it works. So here's some of the common stories that I see and that we talk a lot about at the Plenary that we have to navigate if we're going to be designing spaces that are conducive to openness and change. These are sort of I call them cognitive myths, because they're natural ways that our brains work when in certain conditions. So these, I should say, these do tend to differ across culture. But in this culture, in the US, this is how our brain tends to work most often. And so the question we ask is, how do we identify it? And then how do we design with these myths in mind so that we can shift some of the stories that come out of them? So the first one we're going to talk about, I call this versus that. I think this has already come up a few times in the talks tonight. This is binary thinking. It's the false dichotomies. It's the getting stuck in the, is it this way? Is it this? Am I pro this or anti this? Very few things actually fit cleanly into a this versus that paradigm. Some things do, and obviously always working within your ethical and moral structures. But when we're talking about ideas, they tend to be complex. So I've listed on each of these slides some of the biases, the cognitive biases that tend to be associated with these different myths. But I also want to talk a little bit about story. So a good example of a this versus that myth is, or a story that comes from that cognitive myth, is gun control. So there's a lot of studies, not just on gun control, but it's a really interesting body of literature out there that looks at how the language that we use to describe the policies in gun control have a major influence on whether people say they are pro or anti. And what that means is the power of frames. If you introduce it as gun control, people immediately pick a side, because that's how it's been introduced. Are you pro or anti this? Here's this position, here's this position. When you introduce ideas that way, people tend to affiliate with one or the other. However, a lot of these studies found that when you introduced the concepts and the policies themselves without labeling them as a this or that, people tended to find consensus more often than not. We do that in the plenary a lot. So if anybody was here for the workshop yesterday, you heard me talk about the left brain, right brain myth and sort of the origin of it. And one of the ways that we sort of explain why binaries like that, left brain, right brain binaries, which for anybody who is unfamiliar, that is a myth. I'm happy to share more of the story with you later. But one of the ways that we tend to push back on these is historical storytelling. How do we challenge our own thinking as designers by diving deeply into the history of whatever the claims that we're working with is? So in our case, we did a deep dive into where the left brain, right brain myth came from. And instead of just telling people, oh, nope, that's a myth, when they came into our spaces, don't believe that, we actually walked them through how it came to be, what the game of telephone looked like. And I think one of the most important things when we as designers are pushing back against this versus that myths is challenging our own thinking. It's extremely easy. We are just like everybody else. It is extremely easy to get stuck in this versus that thinking as designers. So one of the first steps we always do as a team is try and figure out where are our own gaps, where are our own assumptions, and how do we start with patient zero right here and trying to figure out how to break down our ideas, break down our assumptions, figure out where they came from and tell the full story as best as we can. The second kind of story and myth that I want to talk about, we call the good guys. Y'all, I could literally, the next slide, I could just spend this entire time talking about, but I won't. I will spare you that. But the basic premise here is that we move through the world looking for affirmation that we are in fact good, that we are who we think we are. The problem is logic moves many different ways. There are many different ways to make an equally logical claim and come to very different conclusions. So if everybody's walking around the world believing that they're good and believing that they're logical and finding a logic that fits their own goodness, you can see how quickly it can become a mess. It also makes it very easy for us to miss systems, enable systems, perpetuate systems that are inherently unjust because we don't notice the ways in which we may have been participants in them. One example that I talk a lot about is white tigers. So raise your hand if you know that white tigers are not an actual species of animal. Most people don't know that. And the reason why is because there is a powerful storytelling machine out there that has presented white tigers as an endangered species of animal. Not only are they not an endangered species, they're not a species at all. In fact, white tigers are the result of an incredibly rare genetic mutation of Bengal tigers that occurs about 1 in 10,000 in the wild. In 1951, one of these white tigers was captured. And they were basically entered into a massive breeding program, bred with their own children, and then every white tiger that came of that being bred with each other in order to produce nearly every white tiger you've ever seen. So how does something like that happen? How do we all just sort of coexist with systems that are so horrific that whereby for every white tiger that you see alive, you can assume dozens of white tigers were either stillborn or suffering in serious physical or mental ways because of inbreeding. And yet we continue to glorify them. We continue to put them in our zoos, not as educational opportunities, but because we are fascinated by their aesthetics and their mythologies. And our brains are literally evolved to support inertia, support the ways that we are already living, the systems that we are already in order to push back against a system that we don't even realize is so unethical. We have to be constantly on guard. We have to be constantly looking for the counter stories. We have to be open to change and openness within ourselves. So when we're designing spaces intended to be supporting openness and change, the first thing that we try to do is change what it means to be the good guy. It doesn't mean that you are always right. It doesn't mean that you know everything about the systems. It doesn't mean that you're operating perfectly. It means that you're in constant state of interrogation. It means that you're in a constant state of willingness to change, willingness to learn, willingness to embrace and bring in. So one of the most important things I think we can do as experienced designers or practitioners of change is create microcultures wherever we can, where failure and willingness to grow are the core values that are appreciated and glorified. All right, the third one I call So They Say. So this one is a pretty wild one when you dig into the research. Although you don't have to. I mean, you can just look around your lives and communities, and you'll see the same things. This speaks to the tendency that we all have to buy into whatever our perception of expert is, and whatever the sort of social group identity memberships we have are, and what those things all tell us is true. As I mentioned earlier, the brain's an efficiency machine. We take shortcuts, we have heuristics. That's just how it works. That doesn't mean we can't learn to navigate it wisely and responsibly. So what that means, though, is that we're constantly looking for the easiest answer, for the shortest cut that we can take to get to a conclusion that works and protects our lives. One of the ways that we do that is we rely on the people that we trust. We look to the people that what we think are doing the processing for us, our proxies, if you will. Conformity, bandwagon effect, basically create this growing body of self-similarity in how we think. A lot of people call them echo chambers, but I think it's actually more complicated than that. We're out there looking for people who we think we can trust. We're not trying to just surround ourselves by this self-similar thought. Oftentimes people are looking for insight in the people that they trust, in their proxies. And it's extremely easy to get sort of stuck in this egocentric sense of what is and isn't true. I use this example, the Protect Our Planet example, because of the history. Most of y'all know in the late 80s, early 90s, when a lot of climate research was starting to come out. It was a very bipartisan issue. People across the political spectrum believed that this was real, took it seriously. And it wasn't until economics got involved that the sort of narrative machine and the mythology machine got cranking, and these stories within communities started to shift, and people started to buy in to these ideas. Again, going back to what we talked about earlier, if they're presented, depending on how they're presented, people see these differently. So language and binary thinking have a huge impact on what people believe at the issue level. So there's a series of studies called source credibility that I think is really interesting in this space, where basically people were asked to look at information that they either agreed with or didn't agree with. And when they were asked to look at information that they agreed with, the sources were oftentimes from a source that they wouldn't agree with, and vice versa. So there's a bunch of different experimental conditions. And what shook out was a pretty shocking result, which was that people after the experiment, when they looked back and were telling the experimenters about what they had been shown, people would actually claim that the sources that they read that affirmed their beliefs came from the more credible source, even if it didn't. And they had no idea. That wasn't something that was being done consciously. That wasn't something that was being done maliciously. That was because of this deep drive to believe that the proxies that you have invested in, that you trust, are trustworthy. Because if they aren't, then you might not be the good guy. So they get entangled and they create these sub-realities. And our job as designers, in any spaces that you design within, whether it's a small community, whether it's a large community, whether it's around your artworks and creative works or visioning, part of our job is to figure out how to break through that. Because people aren't even conscious, ourselves included, people aren't even conscious that they're doing it. It's so automatic. So one of the things that we try to do is start with humor and play whenever possible to soften barriers, because there's a lot of ego in this work in all of us and anybody that's moving through these spaces. So we try to start with play, with comedy, with disequilibrium, with creating moments of surprise and delight where people can soften. And it's not necessarily about being called out or told that you're wrong. And we also try to find ways to work with the quote they. When I say so they say, who is the they in any given scenario? Most often it's not necessarily just a monolith of people who are all thinking exactly the same way. And if you can find people of and with the communities that you're working with, especially if there's differences in opinion, and find ways to sort of complexify your space, to bring in and braid together a wider net of perspective and insight, it's a lot more likely that the people moving through will find someone they trust. So the last one I call sticky stuff. So this is the stuff that we think is true just because we've heard it so many times. And there is a lot of it. There's a bias called the familiarity effect and the rhyme as reason effect. So familiarity effect finds that basically the more you hear something, the more you think it's true. The rhyme as reason effect finds that if you hear something and it rhymes, you're more likely to think that it's true. So we're constantly looking for what is sticky, what is easy to remember, and conflating that with what is true. One of the examples here is 5 senses. I don't think that it will come as a surprise to anybody in this particular container that we have a lot more than 5 senses. We have our sense of balance. We have our sense of pain. Yet this is sticky. This has been around for a very long time. It's still taught in schools. It hasn't risen to the level of importance to push back, although I would say it should. Because when you put something at the level of this is one of your core senses, the societal narrative that gets built around it gives it value to it in a different way. And I think it's important that we value our pain at that same level, for example. So how do we fight back? The example here. So the example here is one that's near and dear to me. I was a dinosaur kid, for sure. I was really into dinosaurs. And when I found out that most dinosaurs had feathers, I will admit, I didn't care for that. It didn't fit with my concept of what dinosaurs were supposed to look like and be like. And it was hard to let go. It was the dinosaurs of my youth were sticky stuff. So how do you push back? How do you fight sticky? You got to fight it with stickier. It takes bringing people together that are creative and thoughtful, that speak analogy, that speak imagination, that can create containers like this across communities and say, hey, what can you co-imagine with me? How can we put ourselves and each other into a space of co-builder, into an identity of interrogator and co-imaginer of what's possible, so that we can live in a state of flux, so that we can welcome and embrace flux both within us and around us. That welcoming of provisionality as a core tenet of how reality operates is a design problem. And that means that there's a design solution. Like Roxy was saying earlier, culture and behavior are so highly linked. This is a great example of that. There is nothing that says that we have to think that things stay the same. So as designers, I think it's a real opportunity for us to design with change in mind. So this is just a sort of one of the premises that the Plenary Co works with. We don't expect to be able to change brains anytime soon, unfortunately. They took a really long time to get the way that they are. So instead, we try to understand them. And not just from the lens of neuroscience, although that is one that we sort of hold near and dear, but also from the perspective of community insight, from the perspective of indigenous wisdoms and sciences, from the perspective of the arts and creative works. I think that there is knowledge and wisdom of how humanity operates, how the brain operates, that comes from many different lenses. And I think it's through that synthesis work that we can translate and apply it meaningfully. This is my wonderful team. Some of them, we work with a lot of creatives as well. And everything I do and say they have something to do with too. So they deserve the credit. And this is, speaking of welcoming people to co-imagine a space, this was one of our big art shows that we did last October where people decided to come in all different types of wardrobe, where there was a pop-up open mic spoken word in the space. I think the best we can do as designers is to keep in mind the way we work, challenge ourselves to be the models, and then create spaces and containers that are conducive to openness in others. So thank you.
Stephanie, thank you so much. And as we prepare the stage for Andy, I would like to ask you a couple of questions, if I may. Is that possible? Because he's going to need to get up here and he's going to do all kinds of stuff. Can I bring you down there with this microphone right there? And I can grab this for you. The importance of fun and play.
Very important.
And how fundamental it is for us to rhyme. Make things sticky.
Gotta make it stickier than the sticky stuff.
Stickier than the sticky stuff. But you know, the question that I have has to do a little bit with how we are challenged when it comes to medium.
Media?
Medium. Medium, where we're meeting. You know, it used to be that someone would crack a joke at a fireplace, or voice an opinion, or tell a story, or share their religious mythology. And as that moves to online, how does that change us? How does that change our program? Are we even adept at dealing with this new technological landscape when it comes to creating new mythologies?
No, no, it's a great question. So I'm not an expert in online media and the impacts on connection and the brain. I will say from my peers in that space, one of the things that I've heard recently was that no change happens beneath the fold in the comments section. I think that's a fair assumption that we don't, you can almost think of, in the way that I think of our media system, is it was designed almost exactly inverted from how the research and our lived experiences say it should be. It is a constant consumption of other people's ideas. It's a constant centering of talking heads, and it's set up antagonistically. It's set up for us to find either communities that reaffirm what we already believe, or comment sections where we're fighting with somebody with no context whatsoever. It's not a space to invite exploration. That doesn't mean I don't think it can be. I think the creatives in this room, I think the creators in this room are highly capable of envisioning what the next generation of digital media could look and feel like. But for now, I'm a big believer in the IRL connections.
Of course. But that's...
What's that? What's that? Sorry? Oh, because it's internet slang? Is that the, okay, yeah. Yeah, sure. How long were the dinosaur feathers? Oh, I don't know. I don't know, but I do know that they weren't like the feathers that we think of today. So
Make
Scott,
something up. Let's spread some disinformation.
it's okay not
Let's
to
spread
know.
some disinformation. Why not? As long
It's
as
okay
real
not to
life,
know.
it's almost like kosher gossip. It's good.
So Scott Edwards is actually one of the researchers who studied the dinosaurs. He is an ornithologist, and he was one of the main researchers that found out that they did in fact have feathers. Most of them, not just a few of them, most of them had feathers. And when I asked him a question along similar lines, he said that there really isn't a word for what they were. We're calling them feathers because that's like the closest reference point that we have, but really they were almost like feathery pseudo fur-like hairs. So I don't know if that answers your questions or just confuses you more, but that's what I got.
Billy has a question.
Hey.
Okay.
Partially responding to a risk to that stem side
Mm.
technologies that we need, but it also seems like you're pointing to the opposite of that. Generate the technologies or have enough democracy behind it. Point to that.
Wow, that's a cool question.
These barriers to understanding
Oof.
sort of very involved perspectivization.
Yeah, that's a super cool question. Thank you. Yeah, Ari and I were just talking about the epistemological questions and identities yesterday too. So I've been thinking about that a little bit. I want to think more about that. I will say what first comes to mind, which is probably an incomplete thought, is that I would love to see, just as we're talking about regeneration across the board, I would love to see a pause and a proper study of the world as it is now and as it's becoming, and thinking about how knowledge truly moves through both the internal worlds, the in-between worlds, and then the world around us, so that we can conjure up a more informed modern epistemological principle system. So I think right now, even what we talk about in there, it is somewhat of a sort of merging of what we've known so far, and it's sort of an application of like, okay, how has it made sense to make sense of the world up till now? And how can we apply that to systems as they are? But I think there's a more interesting possibility in what you're saying, which is how could the world be, and what would make sense epistemologically for people to believe and understand about that world, and how can we prepare for that? Because if we just prepare for the way the world is, then we're not necessarily laying down the groundwork for the way that it could be as optimally as we could. So that's a great question. I'm going to think a lot about that question. Thank you.
Stephanie, thank you so much. Yeah, put over there. Beautiful human beings. Up next on stage, we have Andy Lin, who has a project about how we perceive ourselves in the eyes of the other. It is called the Self-Portrait Project. And to tell us a little bit more about that, we have Andy Lin on stage. Can we give him a big round of applause?
Hello, hello. It's good to be here with y'all. I'm going to talk about the Self-Portrait Project a little bit. The Self-Portrait Project, the seed of it starts with a tragedy. My father died in the worst accidental US air disaster in history. American Airlines Flight 191 coming out of Chicago O'Hare in 1979. I was 18 months old then. When I turned 18 years old, I came into a large sum of money. Thanks to having an incredible sister who's here today. She, yes, I was going to ask for that, but yeah. She challenged me to do something with the money that in a way that served others, not just myself. So it started me on a process which led me to incredible progressive philanthropic groups like Resource Generation and Grantmakers Without Borders, which led me to an incredible activist and author named Beverly Bell, who became my mentor and with whom I co-founded a nonprofit called Other Worlds. Other Worlds was dedicated to documenting and disseminating case studies of alternative economies around the globe, groups functioning outside of a profits over people paradigm, basically. And it was founded in the spirit of Arundhati Roy's quotes and the mantra slash motto of the World Social Forum, another world is possible. So I traveled the world for over the span of a few years, documenting inspiring groups such as the Landless Workers Movement of Brazil, worker-owned factories in Argentina, a traditional gifting economy in Mali, and the Zapatistas in Chiapas. A common thread that I found throughout these groups was this idea espoused by International Rural Peasant and Farmer Coalition, La Via Campesina, nothing about us without us. I found this notion embedded in the worker-controlled Crystalux glass factory, for example, where the business is structured horizontally instead of hierarchically, with workers taking turns being on a committee, which determine operational procedures and wages, et cetera. And I saw this idea reflected in the way that the Zapatistas structured their government as caracoles, or snail shell, with power rooted as locally as possible and spiraling outward only when needed. In a word, representation. Inspired by these groups and this paradigm of self-determination, I created the Self-Portrait Project in 2009. So the Self-Portrait Project uses a two-way mirror, camera, and remote control. Using the mirror and the remote, the participant snaps their own photo. It shows themselves the way they want to be seen. In the simple act of letting the model simultaneously be the photographer, the dynamic of the photo changes, as does the energy, and therefore the final image. As the photographer and model, you're wholly responsible for the images you create of yourself. I originally created it as a participatory art concept, but it's grown organically over the years into different forms. As an archival project, we've enabled tens of thousands of people around the world in 12 countries to take over 1,200,000 portraits. This is 15 years. As a social change endeavor, our system provides folks who've been marginalized or victimized an opportunity to tell their own stories on their own terms, rather than having someone take their photo. We went to Haiti after the earthquake in 2010, set up in some of the tent encampments where hundreds of thousands of internally displaced Haitians were living in tents, and collaborated with Haitian-led community groups and Amnesty International to get their stories out, and did a university tour. Likewise, we went to 7 different cities in Palestine in 2015. Well, because seeing Palestinians through their own eyes was and is important now more than ever. As a young photographer, I was first inspired by Ansel Adams' landscapes. They're what drove me to become a photographer. It's only recently that I realized I'm doing something similar with the Self-Portrait Project. With a single portrait, you see a human, and with enough portraits, you can recognize the landscape of humanity. As a system of photography, the Self-Portrait Project provides a fascinating glimpse into the denizens of spaceship Earth. When you're looking at a Self-Portrait Project portrait, you're looking at someone who is looking directly in their eyes. It's a face-to-face connection system that lends a very particular kind of honest visual vulnerability. Today, in no small part because of the Design Science Studio, and therefore all of you guys, I'd like to introduce our mirror portals. This is how they work. Can I get a volunteer? Anyone? It can be multiple people too. Okay. Anyone have a phone? Okay, so go ahead and scan. Don't fall off the back, by the way. Scan this QR code. Yeah, go for it. Scan that guy. And then Okay, accept that. No, just one person at a time. And then, so that's your remote control for the camera. That's now on your camera. So now you click that whenever you want, and you want to frame yourself using the mirror. Yep. Okay, so then for the purposes of this, we'll just hit finish. And then when you're ready, open this guy. And you want to opt into making it public. That's cute. And then hit add. And then in just a moment, if I'm not embarrassed, this will work. Boom. All right. So that's just for here, but we're also, so I've ported, we have mirrors all over the world. We've got one in Taipei. We've got partners, I've got a partner in Paris. Thank you, everyone. We've got a partner in Atlanta. We've got a mirror in Fort Worth. We have 2 in LA and a bunch in New York. And I'm going to be adding a lot more mirrors as time goes on. But I've connected the live feeds of all of them to each other. So everyone else in Taipei and in Paris and everywhere else, they just saw that photo. Get back to this. What just happened? 1 second.
Andy, we were about to give you the Technological Proficiency Award. Everything had gone so well, so amazing. Everyone says, well, now this. The committee's going to have to reevaluate.
All right. For most of its life, the Self-Portrait Project has been a way to model representation. Each click of the camera, an act of empowerment captured in a moment of light. We're now moving into a phase focusing on facilitating connection. When I was in Mali with Bev Bell and Mariette, for those of you who know her, documenting the gift economy, I was inspired by the concept of Maya. Maya is loosely translated as being human. A common Malian expression explains Maya. Life is a cord. We make the cord between ourselves, and you have to hold on to it. One should not drop the cord. Similarly to how Jurgis, in his beautiful opening act segment, talks about how he believes that Regenera is not a place to reach outside of ourselves, but a thing to access and acknowledge within ourselves. This Mirror Portals initiative seeks to bring to light the cords which bind us together, which have always been there. Making these invisible cords visible is important to do because to deny them is to deny our basic humanity, which can lead to us denying the basic humanity of others. And we are currently seeing the effects of that in full force in real time in front of our eyes. With an eye towards the future, I want to beam into the now. I'm going to continue to add and iterate on these installations around the world with the intention of weaving together a sort of empathetic mesh network, connective tissue supporting the hearts of those who use it. I envision the world as one giant buckyball, with each mirror as a facet in that ball, transferring color, light, healing, and energy around the earth. An interplanetary disco ball. It's pretty much. It took me the length of this incubator to understand that I've been an ontological designer this entire time, working towards building regenerative protopian futures. I just didn't have words for it. The hope is that these mirror portals and the Self-Portrait Project at large will facilitate a better understanding of ourselves in relation to others, and ourselves in relation to our living planet. The hope is that the Self-Portrait Project might better allow us to see ourselves reflected in others. Thank you.
Andy, thank you very much. So beautiful, spectacular. Please be more generous with your applause. We're still going to give you the Technological Proficiency Award. This is absolutely amazing. Up next on stage, we have Harlan Emil Gruber.
USB-C.
If you've been around him, you know that he's into creating portals and very much navigating the symbiosis or the meeting point between what is liquid geometry, that is music and sound, and physical geometry in the portals or the spaces or makeshift architecture that he creates. What are you going to be sharing with us, Harlan? Oh, Harlan, I need to tell the people something. Not yet. Hold on, no, we'll get you another one. We'll get you another one. No, but that's okay. That's okay. Take your time. Hold on. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Is that one working? Hello, check, check. Oh, this one's now on. Okay, good. Okay, hi, thank you. Welcome so much. So honored and grateful to be here. And so this is going to be short and sweet, to the point. Less is more. Quality, quantity. Anyway, quality over quantity. So, as Bucky says, you never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes existing model obsolete. So the model that I'm looking at is the way that humans build their inhabitations, their cities, their villages. So I got inspired on this life path very early on when I walked into a gallery in New York City and I saw this drawing by Paolo Solari, this Italian architect that was living in Arizona, and he had just written a book in 1969 called Arcology, City in the Image of Man. And this was about 1981 when I just moved to New York City. I was about 22 years old. I see these scroll drawings of these incredible three-dimensional arcologies, architecture and ecology, in a giant three-dimensional megastructure city, where he proposed that instead of our cities that are in suburbia, that is this two-dimensional sprawl, that we'd build these cities that are like living organisms in a compact three-dimension. He had the term complexity miniaturization. And we see complexity miniaturization in our life, such as our cell phones are extremely complex and miniaturized. But we don't see this applied yet to the way that we live in our built environment. So I picked up a copy of that book. Here's the cover of it. It shows a cross section through this megastructure city. He never really developed them fully. They were always just generalized concepts. And throughout the entire book, which, like I said, this book is from 1969, he has flow diagrams that have little descriptions underneath of it that aren't in this. That's the top half of this drawing. The bottom half is page after page of these megastructure cities that, if you see at the very far side, there's a little drawing of an Empire State Building to give scale of about 1,000 feet. So these are several thousand feet high and maybe a mile or two across. And so this really set me on my path, and I actually enrolled in Parsons School of Design to study environmental design, to learn more about these ideas. Well, they don't teach this in design school. You learn about Mies van der Rohe and Frank Lloyd Wright. So I had to do an independent study. And so these are the key people that I discovered in my independent study. Bruno Taut, a German expressionist, wrote a book, Alpine Architecture, in 1919, right after World War I. And this is just one of the plates out of it, of this crystalline city on a mountaintop. And he wrote in these very spiritual terms that humans were like spiritual organs of the earth, to build not just for humans, but for all life on the earth. And, this perfect, beautiful, harmonious way of just, light and love and peace and harmony, that we all build these cities together with our own hands. I'm going to jump forward to also in the mid-60s, contemporary to Paolo Solari is the architect Glenn Small, who came up with this concept. And I have a really good video on my YouTube channel where I interview him, because he lives in Joshua Tree near me. And we got to go through all of these drawings in detail and have him explain them. So this is called the biomorphic biosphere. It's a three-dimensional megastructure, different than the arcologies that Paolo, but the same concept. It's a living organism. The city can grow over time, taller, bigger, expand. If people leave, it can contract, but it's all very organic. You could see in this photo, like these people are in this like living pod with the plants growing out of it. So then we're going to jump to another from the same period. There seems to be a huge profusion in these late 60s, 1969, Anne Griswold Ting, the urban spiral hierarchy. And this was very influential in what I'm going to be proposing, of these spiraling ramps that are going up three-dimensionally with all of the houses built on it. And then Wolf Hilbert's, he talked about actually building these cities in the oceans that the coral will accrete. So you just build these structures that allow coral to then build the structures on it. And you see it's this big spiraling multi multi-level megastructure coming out of the ocean. And then the last architect that I'm going to mention in this very brief presentation that is very inspiring to me is Vincent Calabet. He's a Belgian architect practicing in France. He's not very well known in the US, but in the rest of the world, he's built buildings in Taipei. He's done projects in all parts of the world besides the US. So if you look up his website, it's a really, really well done website. He's doing this work right now. Vincent Calabet. This was a concept to build these, after we destroyed all the bridges in Mosul, Iraq, to build new bridges with these flying aerial drones that 3D print the structures. But as you see, even though the basic structure is like a cube arch thing, the whole thing becomes an amorphous, very natural organic landscape with all of the trees growing on it and the water flowing through it. And then even inside of it, even though it's like a built environment, there's lots of open light and open space. And it's like on one hand it's practical, and on the other hand it's amazingly beautiful. So I synthesize all of these into this concept that I was been thinking about since the 80s, the 12 spiral city. And basically I came across a book by John Michel, who wrote Dimensions of Paradise, where he goes into detail explaining this diagram here that's called the Heavenly City, or the New Jerusalem. And as you see, like in the very top, it's these 12 circles arranged in groups of 4 groups of 3 around a central circle. And so it's a 2-dimensional diagram. So what I did is I extrapolated this into a 3-dimensional spiraling ramps. Each of those circles are 2,060 feet across, a little less than half a mile, makes the whole city about 2 miles across, big open central communal space. And here's the model. This is only 6 levels high. I built this model to give a talk at the 2008 EcoCity Summit here in San Francisco. That was put on by Richard Register, Urban Ecology, and the EcoCity people. And so this is just showing the ramp in a paper model. You see the cross section is showing that on each of the ramps, it's mostly open space for trees, and the houses are all human scale, very much like San Francisco Victorian style 2, 3, maybe 4-story houses. So what would happen is each of these spirals would grow ramp by ramp. You don't build it all at once. And each of the 12 different areas would attract different types of people, different neighborhoods, so that, the people like to live with the same type of people. Like in New York City, there was the East Village, there's the West Village, there's the Upper East Side. Here you have like the Castro, and you have the Haight, and you have, all these different neighborhoods that have different cultural attractions. So each of these would be like that. Here's a view. And now these were generated 3D models that are very crude. So aerial view, a ground view, and this interior view. So this is very much accurate to the proportional scale, but not at all what it would really look like. Like I see this whole city as a living organism growing over time. So I'm now working on taking these very crude rectilinear models and integrating them with AI generated visions of what I really see, which is everything would be growing naturally. We would even, like one of the people in my book talks about the Fab Tree Hab. That's Mitchell Joachim. He talks about, why do we cut down trees, bring them somewhere, and then put them back together to make a house? Why don't we just take the tree and grow it into a house? So that would be possible in this type of environment. Actually, the whole city could be grown with various different techniques, like Wolf Hilbert was proposing the coral, but we could use trees. We can come up with new ideas. Anything's possible. And here's a final AI image of another just view of what I envision this looking like. Completely 100% organic, integrated, ecological, not some hard mega structure made of concrete and steel, but very, very organic and growing over time. And then people say, well, where are you going to get the money to build it? And I'm like, you see that tree over there? Where did it get the money to pay for the sun to shine on it, and pay the air for the rain, and pay the ground for the minerals? Like trees don't do that. Birds don't do that. Anything in the universe, like Buckminster Fuller said, we don't really need to worry about money. If we're doing what is intended by nature, and that's how the whole universe works, the sun doesn't send us a power bill each month, and if we don't pay it, it shuts off, right? So we don't have to worry about the money to build this. We just have to do it. And so I've got my book back there, and if you'd like a copy, a signed number, so there's only 1,111, because that's the 1111 Diamond Portal from Burning Man. So I have 1111 copies, and it's also available free on my website. So I just would love for you to be able to just check the book out. You can read it, download it anywhere in the world, and it's also a YouTube channel with lots of interviews with a lot of people in the books and all kinds of cool things like that. So I'd love for you to check the channel out, share it with other people, subscribe to it. So thank you very much. I know I went a little over my 5 minutes, but it's under 10 minutes. Thank you. Yes. This one?
That microphone. It's on. Grab that microphone. Next up, we have Brian Wood Capobianchi. He's going to be playing for us. As he prepares, I would like to ask you some questions, Harlan, if possible. First, take a deep breath. Yeah, come here, come down. Can we get a big round of applause for Harlan? Come here, come. I got anxiety from watching you speak so fast. But it was good, right? Yeah, it was great. Everything you're sharing is good. Take a deep breath. Now, you may not know this, but he's been building portals at Burning Man for 20 years. Is that right?
20 years now.
20 years. One of the beautiful things he does is he installs living acoustic installations which react to the vibration of the space. Basically, they're resonant
Feedback.
resonant feedback technology. What the question I have for you is, what part of the music or your understanding of musical or sonic coherence informs the design? Is there a point of convergence? Where do they meet? Do you have a synesthetic moment where you hear what you're trying to put together, or where you see the sounds?
Hello. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So I poetically named this subsonic feedback device that has been in all of the portal installations that makes a big cat purring sound. They even say that cat purring is a healing vibration. So when you go into these portals, they're like purring. It's going like brum, 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 brum. And it's very finicky. It is, like you said, a living thing, and it kind of has a mind of its own. To get it, and people say, what is the frequency I tune it to? I've never measured the frequency because it's subsonic, and you'd need some kind of scientific instrument to pick it up, because a microphone doesn't pick it up. It's below audible range. So I just intuitively do it, and when it's working perfectly, it's when it's the most random, chaotic building up and dying down in the most soothing sounds. And when it's not working good, it's like just annoying and buzzing. And it's got a mind of its own. It does its own thing. It responds to different people coming and going. It's a living thing that's in it, but it does work really good a lot of the time. And even to the point of it being so profound, like it blows my mind. It's like, wow, how is it even doing that? It's just making these weird, like, brum, 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 brum. It's like almost like talking. So yeah.
It's actually analog,
completely
generative sound.
100%. All it is two strings tuned to subsonic notes about this fast, somewhere between like 5 and 15 hertz, possibly 7.8 hertz, which is the Schumann resonance. I don't know. It's in that range. It's in the range of human brain waves. And the thing is, the amplifier does not produce those sounds, and you can't hear those sounds. What you're hearing are the harmonics of it. And then the harmonics interact in a random way. And so it's a subsonic analog feedback device that is then open to influence. And it really does change when people come and go. So thank you for asking me.
Beautiful.
It's a cool thing. I've been developing it for a long time. It still is being developed.
Harlan, thank you very much. Can we get a big round of applause? He's got the books back there. And by the way, thank you. Thank you, brother. And on the stage right now, we have Brian Wood Capobianchi, who will be sharing some beautiful songs.
Thank you so much.
I've had the privilege of listening to this gentleman yesterday, a little bit the day before. Sentimental music with completely beautifully attuned lyrics to go with his beautiful lush voice. He'll be doing a couple of songs for us. Enjoy.
Thank you so much. I have a dear friend that Stuart mentioned, his organization, Ripple of Impact. And he's redefining ROI as Ripple of Impact. And so this song came to me while I was imagining his work. Every drop counts. What's your ripple of impact? If you take a drop out, what will you give back? There's water all around. Just look where you live at. Let's keep it in the ground. Slow spreading sink there. What's your ripple of impact? Ripple of impact. What's your ripple of impact?
ripple of impact. Every drop counts. It's your ripple of impact. If you take a drop out, what will you give back? There's water all around. Just look where you live. Let's keep it in the ground. Sink it way down. Let that sink in for a minute. Will you listen? Take your ROI and flip it. Don't give so much attention to the return on your investment. Cause someone that could use it, cause someone needs it too, and you are through. How's it looking downstream? Downstream, follow the water as she taught us. Care for her sons and daughters as if they were your own. Cause we all call this our home. From birds where they've flown to the people where they roam. Cause we all got to live together on this rolling stone. Where every drop counts. What's your ripple of impact? If you take a drop out, what will you give back? There's water all around. Just look where you live. Let's keep it in the ground. Sink it way down. What's your ripple of impact? Ripple of impact. What is your ripple of impact? Ripple of impact. What is your ripple of impact? Ripple of impact. What is your ripple of impact? Ripple of impact. So that's your new ROI right there. Ripple of impact. I'm gonna share two more songs with you. This next song is called Constellation. I see how you've broken yourself free. You loosened your restraints, my friend, in your eyes. Some things catalyze, and the stars that surround you, how they shine. I see how you've broken yourself free. You've loosened your restraints, my friend, in your eyes. Some things catalyze, stars that surround you are a constellation running free. The sum of all eternity, you'll find the great evolving, ever-changing light and lightning guide that's leading to the other side, a sign that no one ever could deny, lest we all be too wise to see our way through another life behind, between the markings of the night, when all we need is somebody to light the darker side. Like a constellation running free, the sum of all eternity in your eyes. You'll find the great evolving, ever changing light and lightning guide that's leading to the other side, a sign that no one ever could deny, lest we all be too wise to see our way through another life behind, between the markings of the night, when all we need is somebody to light the darker side. Like a constellation running free, the sum of all eternity in your eyes. Thank you so much. This next song is called That Beautiful World. And I stayed on some land where a group of monks for many years were spending multiple years, like 7 years in silence. And the land was so powerful in Southern Oregon. And I think I credit the passing through of the song through me to that land, and all of the many and powerful prayers that were prayed on that land. Are we getting closer to the truth? And what happens when we find was all untrue? Give me all you think you've got to lose, and I'll give you all of mine. We can both break loose, 'cause we don't have to stay here any longer than we wish to. But I wonder, do you want to build that beautiful world that we don't have to run away from? I do it on my own, but it's better with you. So do you want to build a more beautiful one? I wonder. Is such a thing of beauty new? And what happens when we find it was always true? Give up all you think and feel it through. Step out of the mind. We can both break loose. 'Cause we don't have to stay here any longer than we wish to. But I wonder, do you want to build that beautiful world that we don't have to run away from? I do it on my own, but it's better with you. So do you want to build a more beautiful one? I wonder. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger. Oh, what a beautiful land. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us and the world will live as one. Do you want to build that beautiful world? We don't have to run away from. We could do it on our own, but it's better with you. So do you want to build a more beautiful one? I wonder. I wonder. I wonder.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Was that beautiful? What? What's the sound we make when we hear something beautiful? You clap? If someone says, whisper something beautiful in your ear, you clap? Or you go, ah, 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 ah. Doop 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 doop. Do 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 do. Beautiful human beings, do you hear me? You don't hear me. If you hear me, can you go, oh, 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 oh. I have the honor and privilege of communing with you through the sacred act of musical play. So, our time is limited. My question for each and every one of you is, what are we going to make of it? If we were to open a space of musical co-creation here, what would we do with it? We speak of transformation, we speak of change, we speak of systems that need to be transformed. But what happens if we get the opportunity? Are we only going to speak, or are we going to embrace? Are we going to turn into a sonic fractal of change? If you're in the mood for music, I would invite you to be deliberate. If you wish to be excited by sound, I would invite you to move. I'd invite you to move. If you feel the rhythm, allow it to traverse your beings. Allow yourself to flow. If you hear the song vibrating in your ears, allow yourself to sing. If you know the note, can you give it an O? It's not bad. I would invite you all to come a little bit closer. I would invite us to move these things out of the way. The geometry of a community is a circle. Let's move them out of the way. Let's move them out of the way. If you wish to sit. You wish to sit? Well, then let's begin by sitting right here, unless you want to dance. I will invite you all to come closer, just a little bit closer. Sarah, I think we need to get that table out of the way. Yeah, let's bring cushions, whatever you want of the stage space. We have roughly 40 minutes. The quicker we get to it, the more juiciness we're gonna get. Bring it in, bring it closer. This is that space right here. We shall be engaging in the sacred witchcraft of music as was done a long time before. Closer. Come closer, 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 closer. We came not only to share our ideas, we came to be here with one another, to experience exceptional togetherness, to get a sense of home. Now, the way this works is we put ourselves in a heightened state of flow. And I'm going to guide that process. And then once it is ripe, it will guide itself. There will be microphones here shortly, but if we're doing this properly, we don't need to rely on those microphones. We don't need to rely on the technology. You will find that all we need is right here amongst you and me, amongst you and me, amongst you and you and me, amongst you and me, amongst you and me. Clearly, the regenerative hippies of the Design Science Studio missed a couple of days of kindergarten. Because if this is our effort at creating something that seems like a circle, I don't know. As people who know a lot about sacred geometry, it feels like something's off. It feels that we're not calibrated properly. Come closer, even closer. Scoot closer. Closer, 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 closer. We will be playing with three things today. We will be playing with rhythm. We shall be playing with harmony. We shall be playing with the alchemical element of emotion in flow. Let's begin with the rhythm. Something beautiful happens when people enter a state of collective entrainment. Our heartbeats sync up. For them to sync up, it helps to feel the bass, but it also helps to breathe. So we're going to do something first. We're going to take a deep breath in. Deep breath. Hold it, hold it, hold it, release. Ah. Breathe in. Hold it, hold it, hold it, release. Ah. One more time. Breathe in. Hold it, hold it, hold it, release. Ah. And you can add a little bit of emotion. Breathe in. Hold it, release. Ah. You are allowed in this space to be as creative as you like. You can yell, you can dance, you can scream. This is also a space for free love. You can be generous with your emotions in this space. Anything you like. Only keep in mind that we are painting the canvas of our consciousness with the sounds we are emitting. And we have no other agenda. We have no other agenda. We have no other. Waparapo, 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 waraparapo, waparapo, 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 waraparapo, waparapo, 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 wapaparapo, waparapo, 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 waparapo. You can have complicated conversations with the person with simply the waparapo, papapara. I would invite you to have a conversation among yourself. Waparapo, waparapo, waparaparapo, wapaparapo, parapo, waparapo, 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 waparapara. Wapada para 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 wapada para para pom pom para 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 wapada para wapada para wapada wapada para bow 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 bow. This music is different in the sense that it's not structured like A, B, A, B, C, A, B. Most of the music should be predictable, but some emotions are not predictable, especially if you're playing with the emergent. Sometimes things get excited, they get loud, and they go up. And sometimes we just need to let go. That is the key to surrendering to this, to allow ourselves to be in flow, 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 flow. Waparapo, waparapo. Waparapo, 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 wapaparapo, waparapo, 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 waraparapo, waparapo, 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 waraparapo, waparapo, 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 Warapapape, aparapo, waraparapape, apararore. Waraparapo. Waraparapo, waraparapo. Parapap, pepere, pere, ira, pore, pore, re, 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 re. Paparapope. Paparapaparapo, wapaparapora, paparapo, waparapo, waparapo, waparapora, paparapo, paparapo, waraparapo, waparapora, paparapo, waparapora, paparao, wara, 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 That's so beautiful. Let me reveal a secret to you. When you're singing, you're not only painting the space, you're not only projecting your voice onto the walls, bouncing them off the structures. You are also stroking the eardrums of everybody here. The same way that you would stroke the cheek of your lover, you can stroke them with your voice. That is the intention. I love them. Waparapo, 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 were parapo, waparapo, waparapo, re pore, rote, As we enter a state of meditation through the music, and you start listening with your ears, you hear the breath of people around you. You hear the melody that resonates in their hearts. Different people brought different melodies to the circle. And you can journey with them to the depths, to unseen parts. If it resonates, if you hear something across the circle that you like, we can all go in that direction just by focusing acoustic side. and resonating, giving it strength. What if we just all what if we just all play? What if we just all play? Da 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 da. This beautiful state of entrainment is hyper awareness of the acoustic space. Now, a standard performer would say, I want to sing this, I want to sing that, I want to go this place, I want to go that place. And that's good. That's fine. But if you need to get on the stage every single day and play the same shit, it's like living with your own monologue. You want to explore. This is a conversation. Soon, we're going to bring in poetry. But before we do, I would like us yet to explore the emotional diversity that a melodic line brings. For example, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la la. Histrionics, histrionics. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Hey, la 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 la. Hey, la 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 la. I get it. La 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 la. La, la, la. Who'll harmonize? Who'll harmonize? La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Check it out. Air Bear has been holding the beat. He's been holding the rhythm. And if we wish to break it down, we need only follow him. Oh, dig it, oh, dig it out, dig it out, oh, dig it out, oh, dig it out, da 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 da, da 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 da, da 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 da, da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Pagara to tigere to te tagara po pagare gare po pe pagara to tagare gara pa pa tagare to tagare pa tagara to tigere to tagara tigere to tiri tiri tagara tap chakara chakara te 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 ah tagare to te ra ra ra. Jiggity cha, jiggity cha, higgity cha, jiggity cha, higgity cha, diggity cha, jiggity down, jiggity down, diggity 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 down, no, it no. Pam, pagatara badam, pagatara gadam, tagatara gadam, tagara de. Taga da da de, taga da don't dig it da da de, dig it da don't dig it da da de, dig it da don't dig it da don't dig it da don't. I would invite each and every one of you to be more generous with your voice. There is a play of geometry happening before our very eyes, but we cannot see the sound. But every voice releasing an emotion into this space is unleashing a dance of vibration. Pom 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 param pom pum pom pim pom param pam pum pom pim pom pakatagare pom pam pom. I'd invite you to get up and invoke the gods of dance, the gods of moon. Bring it in. Bring it closer. Bring it in, bring it in, bring it closer. Bring it in. Bring it closer. Bring it in, bring it in, bring it close. Bring it in, bring it in, bring it closer. Bring it in. Bring it in, bring it in, bring it, bring it. You have a lovely voice, my dear. Bring it. Bring that voice right here. Bring it closer, bring it in, bring it in, bring it closer, bring it in, bring it in, bring it closer, bring it in, bring it closer, bring it in, bring it closer, bring it in, bring it in, bring it closer, bring it in, bring it closer. Oh, 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 oh. Hey, hey, open up your heart and sing. Open up your heart and sing. Bring it closer. Hey, hey, Power of make-believe is to pretend. It's just make-believe. Do you know how to dance like Michael Jackson? But you can pretend. Da, 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 do, tick it, Power of a song is that it's a pure invocation. We can be here, but the moment I sing something that appeals to something that you've known before, familiarity takes over. I can go, Bésame, bésame mucho. But the emotion has to be right. If you don't know the lyrics, you can do la la la. La 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 la. Bésame, bésame mucho. La 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 la. Hey, Bob, bésame, vaya. Bésame mucho. La, 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 esta noche la última vez. Eso. Bésame, bésame, bésame mucho. La 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 la. With the chest out. Like this. La 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 la. You. La 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 la. La 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 la. Hey, bésame, bésame mucho. La 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 la, era esta noche la última vez. Conmigo, conmigo. Bésame, bésame, bésame mucho. Fuera está la última. Dancing. Dancing way. How does it start? Da, 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 da. Here, help me out. How does it start? Yeah. Da. 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 Shine in the prime of your life. Oh, Jesus name, then the dancing queen. I always say, ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. 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 Then you can having the time of your life. In that girl. Ding the dancing queen. I'm not such a good musician. I'm sorry. You got me. Good. Is that what we're doing? All right. From the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. Oh, we We mow it, oh, we mow it, oh, we mow it, oh, we mow it, we mow it, oh, we mow it, oh, we mow, oh, we mow it, 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 oh, we mow. If you come a little bit closer, you will hear each other better. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, we mow it, in the jungle, the mighty jungle, the mighty is enough. The mighty one here tonight. We mow, 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 we mow, we mow, we mow, oh, we mow it, 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 oh, we mow. We mow it, oh, we mow it, oh, we mow it, oh, we mow, oh, we mow it, oh, we mow it. In the space of the mighty jungle, the hippies dance tonight. In the jungle, sings tonight. How the lion sleeps tonight. We need the rhythm. Diversity. Oh, we mow it, oh, we mow it, oh, we mow the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. Diggy, 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 the lion sleeps tonight. Diggity, diggity, da da da, da, diggity, diggity. I will bring something to your attention, beautiful human beings. This isn't a product that has been made. It can go in any direction at any moment. No final decisions have been made. If you put a little bit more intention and a little bit of more of joy, then trust me, you will savor more, you will enjoy. It all depends on what you're bringing to the kitchen, how much you're singing, how good you're listening. Oh, we mow it, 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 we mow it, oh, we mow, we mow, we mow it, oh, we mow it, oh, we mow it, oh, we mow it, oh, we oh, we mow it, oh, we mow it, oh, yeah. You know, actually, we can make the bass much louder. Would you like the bass to be louder? Oliver, can we bring up the bass a little bit? Just the overall volume. How you feeling? Hey, hey. Take it, take it. Little more. Hey. But just because it got louder doesn't mean that we need to put less effort and emotion into it. There's a tale from the savannah. It says that human beings began to die to avoid giant predators in the long grass. That's the way we saved our lives. Oh, we mama way. We mama way. Hey. Mama way. Mama way. Hey. Jungle, ta. Ever here. Hey, Hey. Everybody, with Baba Apple. Oh, we mow it, 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 oh, we mow, oh, we mow it, oh, we mow it, oh, we mow it, oh, we mow, oh, we mow it, 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 oh, it and seems to now. Yeah, yeah. For me, the most beautiful sound there is that of human beings finding musical coherence. Yeah, when we find a place without knowing the script, it doesn't get much better than that. It don't get better than it. And we can navigate, we can go different places, depending on where you want to go. As long as we don't lose the vibe, we don't lose the flow. Are we? Na, 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 way. Are we? We can bring some love into this space. Because saying I love you might sound a bit awkward without the music. You can express gratitude and all kinds of beautiful things without unpaid something you. I enjoy to be right here and smile deep into your eyes. And it don't feel that awkward when there's music. That should come as no surprise. Yeah. I'd like to invite Roxy to the circle and everybody else that helped make these couple of days possible. I would leave the food over there, my love. Venga, vaga. Everybody. Come to the circle. Come. She made it possible. Yeah, we love you for your perseverance and your unsafe sense of risk. We love the way that you show up, even if it seems impossible at the start. But Roxy, here we are. And here are all the other beautiful members of the DSS. I can say that we all did rather well. We all got 9s and 10s. We all passed the test. Are we? Are we? Mwah, 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 mwah. Mwah, 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 mwah. You are love, and we are love, we are love. You are love, and you are love, and you are love, and you are love. You are love, and you are love, and you are love, and you are love, you are love, you are love, and you. And you are love, 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 and you are and all love. Oh, you are love, and you are love, and you are love, you are. Mwah, 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 mwah. All is love. oh. You are love. That sounds like we're going somewhere else. Da, 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 da. You came a bit too late. Da, da, da. Unless you bring something to this space. You want to do a song? Or you can bring a vibe. I have a regenerative song. Want to hear it? I actually wrote it for regenerative farm. So it goes, how do we know? How do we know? How do we know? How do we know that these seeds were planted? Seeds were planted. Will grow, 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 grow. How do we know? How do we know? How do we know? How do we know? We need the rhythm. If we are animate soil, if we are fruit of the earth, if we are nature in flesh, under the death and rebirth, eyes on the heavens, feet on the ground, a haunting suspicion, what's lost can be found. If there is hurt in your heart, know that you're not alone. A swelling sense of belief will grow. It will grow. It will grow. What is that? It will grow. A little bit more drama, a little bit more drama. It will grow. It will grow. It will grow. Will grow, 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 grow. How do we know? How do we know? How do we know that the seeds were planted? How do we know? How do we know? How do we know that the seeds were planted? Will grow, 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 grow. I asked this lovely lady Vandana Shiva, how do we know that the seeds will grow? She answered that it is in the nature of the seed to grow and flourish. But sometimes not all seeds will grow. You gotta give them a little bit of water, love, and care. You gotta put them in the soil, right? How do we know that the seeds were planted? How do we know? How do we know? How do we know that the seeds were planted? Grow, 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 grow. If we are animate soil, If we are the sun and the moon, if we are nature and flesh, children of the same womb, eyes on the heavens, feet on the ground, a haunting suspicion what's lost can be found. If there is hope in your heart, know that you're not alone. That swelling sense of relief will grow, will grow, 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 will grow. How do we know? Will grow, will grow, 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 grow. Hey, how do we know? How do we know? How do we know that the seeds were planted? How do we know? Hey, how do we know? How do we know that the seeds were planted? How do we know? Hey, how do we know? How do we know that the seeds were planted? How do we know? How do we know? How do we know that the seeds were planted and will grow? Hey, nagadere, 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 da 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 da. How do we know? How do we know it will grow? Ah. And so we felt the evening slowly wind down, but I got my fix, and so I felt that perhaps there would be more. The troubadour would come around. There was a sense of wonder and infinite possibility. As long as there was fun and energy, and there was both you and me. And the people sang, and the people danced. No one knows how it ended or how it began. And the people sang, hey, 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 hey. And the people danced. No one knows how it ended or how it began. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la. I was reminded that there were other voices and other creativity to be shared. We had a magical puppet show of a guy called Scratch, which would soon be on the stage and be on air. But before we would be graced by a lovely performance from the stuffed raccoon, I had something better to offer. Someone else would come on stage quite soon. None other than Roxy's dearest beloved, a guy who is called Matt, who will share some songs maybe 2 or 3, perhaps a little bit more than that. But before Jurgi said goodbye to one and all, he asked for a little bit of nice togetherness. He called the people in real close, real close, real close, real close. Oh, la 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la. We have been working on this format of music for a while, but over the past year, we have been working with a regenerative pharma in Ibiza with a question. If music was regenerative, it was homegrown. If you were cooking with what you had in your garden, what would it feel like? What would it sound like? It would have a little bit of the local minerals. It would have a little bit of dirt. It would not be stylized, or would not be polished. What do you call this when you select the vegetables? Sterilized. It would not be homogeneous. It would be different every time. The recipes would not be consistent. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for singing, dancing, being here with me, being here with yourselves. I love you so much. And for me, it is a joy and a privilege to be here with you singing. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. We need a big finale. Bye bye. No. And there's something I should have said.
Mic check, 1, 2. Hey, everybody. Ari, Yurki, come here. Timmy, Krishnan, Mage. Where's Nico? Nico, Eve, Salem. This is very important to me. Guys, come here. Okay, great. Where's Eli? Eli. Mark. Stephanie, Nick. Everybody. It's a good sign when you can call basically everyone out by name. Shant. Is it working? Okay, y'all. Harlan. Bobby. Yep. All right, y'all. This is particularly important to me because this is my fiance. Woo! He also conveniently happens to be an incredibly talented musician and a machine learning engineer. And he was the first person who ever really challenged me with the question of how we might create a world beyond capitalism, and then showed me an entire system that he had designed to do that. It's pretty amazing. And he's an amazing musician, and I'm very excited. Can we have a round of applause for Speaker John Ash? All right, all right. Chris, great. We're all here. I'm going to hand it over to you. It's all you, Bill.
No. Doesn't sound like it's in the monitor. Pop. Okay. Hello. Can there be a little less reverb on the vocals? I'm gonna start by playing you some AI music. I'm an AI engineer and I'm an artist and musician. And I strongly believe that systems change, like real systems change. It's not something that can be bought. It's not something that can be funded. It's something that has to come from a natural artistic movement towards change, which is something that I feel is at the heart of the DSS. I want to start with this. I played this for a number of people, and the vast majority of people did not get the fact that it was AI generated. They're like, wow, you sound so good on this. I'm like, okay, that's where we're at now, like even closest friends. But I made this very quickly in about 30 seconds for this event. There is something called Gaia, which we collectively trained at the DSS, has sort of the thoughts and views and sort of motivations of multiple cohorts compressed into one. And I was like, well, it already knows what Regenerative is, so can you write a jingle to promote it? And it was like, okay.
May 14th to the 16th in San Fran's radiant glow. Regenative 2024 at Gray Area, let's go. Go where art and science intertwine, hearts command. Join this transformative voyage hand in hand. Yes. So that is where the current state of AI is, that you can just basically conjure any piece of art that you want out of the ether. And as Roxy mentioned, I'm an AI engineer. Like that was my trade. And probably like 5 or 6 years ago, I had a very clear vision of what things were going to happen next. I understood what generative AI could do. I understood that it wasn't scaled yet, but I understood that society was going to be very dramatically transformed, and that the most likely route was sort of this corporate route that would steal sort of the work of, you know, musicians and artists to create these generative models, and none of them would own up to the fact that they had extracted from a bunch of people. And that is sort of what has happened. But I still believe that we can use like generative AI for the positive. So Roxy mentioned that, you know, I'm the steward of something called Cognicism. I wrote the Cognicist Manifesto and the Purple Pill Manifesto, which is detailing a sort of hyper high resolution democracy based off of generative AI. And here's another one that sort of was generated from another model that was learned on Cognicism, what it is.
Pill manifesto, expanding our sight, breaking through illusions to reach new heights. Stake your beliefs, let the trust accrue. In this decentralized world, we'll break through. Context in time, so rich, reason and rhymes, a new paradigm. I hit to climb.
Yeah. I mean, it's great. It's exciting. It's cool that you can create these patterns from sort of pulled out of time. But it's also going to dramatically change the entire bedrock of society. Like we've already seen it over the last 4 years, dramatically changing the bedrock of society. Maybe not really for the better. There's a lot of visions out there that are claiming that what is being done with generative AI is actually going to help people. And that has sort of, I think, yet to be seen. I think we've seen a lot of professions that already were struggling monetarily now having the money taken even further from them. And like what we thought was supposed to be the most inherently human thing now has been supplanted by this very rapid process. And I wanted to...
What is the purple?
Well, you can watch this.
What is the purple pill?
Well, what if you took both of the pills, red pill and the blue pill? What are all the different pathways that you have ignored in this false choice that is presented to you at that moment? Because you don't have to take either pill. Like literally, he could take the pills and run and take them to a lab. Like there are so many pathways that are ignored by the plot of that film that forces you to believe that in that moment, he only has 2 choices, which is just absurd. He has infinite choices. And so the purple pill just became this meme to make sense of cognicism, and people just really resonated with it, probably because it was written by, you know, a latent space that held all of human knowledge. So it contextualized the ideas in a way that made them feel more grounded to most people.
I think that anybody within like the design science studio is already open and ready for systems change. But the vast majority of people have gotten to this mentality of duality, that our consciousness sort of boils everything down into choices, Coke or Pepsi, like Apple or Microsoft, Republicans or Democrats. And the reality is that we can dream outside of that paradigm and dream into a new system. We just have to be willing to take that step, to take a pause back and look at the choices that are presented to us, and take a different path, because right now it's going pretty predictably. Like these generative AI tools have a lot of power to actually create sort of new forms of communal integration, like we've done with Gaia at the Design Science Studio, like the capacity to create these representations that are formed from many people. Like it's sort of a concept of sympoiesis. It's not something coming into being on its own. It's many parts interacting, forming something new from the synthesis of all of the integration. Like that first song exists because of the members of the DSS and all of the ideas that they've shared into that model. Okay, I'm gonna try to sing a song. So that second song took me about 30 seconds. This song took me 700 takes to sing right. So there is, we're living in an evolving world. Wanna be another other, just another tribe that makes you feel afraid. I just wanna bind our brains. I feel poetic, golden chemical. I don't know the mind and make us see the same. Hey, 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 feel it in your brain. It's coming from inside. You wanna feel the feeling, and the feeling's feeling right. Check the other side. There's no one that you're right. I know because I know, and know you'll never change my mind. Yeah. I wanna be your brother, but to be your hand, I feel what you say. What I do from cover when the bombs come from the space in a rain. Life is another. Tell me that you're right and I don't be the same. You walk away, look into your eyes. I see another kind, another kind. Maybe if we both just calm down, had a change. Hey, 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 you feel it in time and lay it over mine. And see the things you see and see the wisdom in your eyes. I know we're not the same. Maybe if we change and move a little closer, maybe we could find a way. I wanna be your brother, but be your hand, feel what you say. Where do we run to cover when the bombs come from the space in a rain? Hey, you, what's your name? All you wanna do is sing the same refrain. Hey, I won't change. Nothing that you see is gonna shake my faith. Hey, I won't change. Nothing that you see is gonna shake my faith. Hey, I won't change. Nothing that you see is gonna break my faith. I wanna be your brother, but be your hand, feel what you say. When the bomb comes on the face in the plane. Thank you. So that was from DSS cohort 1 a few years ago. It was partially funded through the Design Science Studio. And this is one of the earlier forms of generative AI. It's just throwing a bunch of faces in the bag. And what you're seeing is a representation of what we call latent space. Latent space attempts to hold all of human patterns within it in a way that you can interpolate between two different points. And I felt that human faces were a really good way to exemplify this, because we see such intense differences between ourselves and others, and we make up all of these excuses why we are so different. And yet the model can find the places between us very, very easily. And the idea is that if it can represent something with such high nuance that can imagine faces that we can't even perceive of, like of, you know, groups of people that never possibly interact, we can use these same tools to better represent with nuance our collective beliefs. And yeah. Fox, are you out there? Where'd you go? You had to deal with something with Venmo, huh? Oh, with the venue, huh? Did you guys know that you can actually like donate to Design Science Studio? Like there actually is, like there's this link. It's like designscience.studio/donate. And I don't know if like maybe you misheard what I just said, or like, because I don't see any of you taking out your phones or like writing it down or anything like that. Because it could be like $1, you know? Because like Roxy brought this whole thing together, and let me tell you, you know that teacher who has no funding and then is like, I'm gonna scrimp up and save for this like one pizza and like a double liter of like Coke or something, and the kids are like, oh, there's only one piece of pizza, but she's like trying so hard. I can tell you, watching this woman, if there's no funding, she just doesn't sleep. Literally. If there isn't somebody to help this woman bring this all together, she just keeps working. She's tireless and puts all of her heart into this program. And the idea behind the heart of cognitivism is about incentives. It's that the way that we incentivize behavior in society is very backwards. We make it harder and harder for people to help other people, and we reward people who cut the most corners, right? If you take two large corporations, you take an Amazon and somebody who does the exact same thing as Amazon, but they consider the negative externalities of their actions, they will not do as good as that other corporation. And you hear about all of these nonprofit ideas, and at the end of the day, it comes down to, I need more funding to exist. I can't keep going on because I'm having to burn myself out to an extreme degree. The idea behind cognitivism is to reinvent that and reinvent the idea behind incentives. But we still live in a world where we do exist within money, where if anybody wants to achieve something good to help anybody else, it has to be funded. And I strongly believe that we can live in a world where good actions are inherently rewarded, that we can change to reward people who are helping the most people. But we have to be willing to dream of that society and to step away from the notion that the only way to make things happen is through a monetary system, because the monetary system is affecting culture and affecting our way that we interrelate with the world and making us like less pro-social. So I'm gonna play, I don't know, a few more songs. This song is, did anybody check out the Kendrick Drake diss battle? Were you guys following that? Let's not go too far deep into it, but it was historic and it was amazing in this way that is like not a violent interaction, violent with words, sure. But this series of songs is basically a series of diss songs between the personified sun and the moon and the earth. And the sun just has this beautiful dream of making the entire world shine without any consideration for who that would affect. The rising sun, where I'm from, where I'm going to this morning. Where I've been. Come from the east, on to the west. Rising sun. So, hey, God, can I please move the moon? 'Cause it's getting my way, and I don't have any room like to fill up all the sky so that the earth could burst to bloom in. That's the rising sun. And the ground circles round. But if that should cease to be, would I go to the north, to the south? Till my fires burn away, fade and start. So, hey, God, and now please move the moon, 'cause it's getting in my way, and I don't have any room like to fill up all the sky so that the earth could burst, bloom in. There's the rising sun. So yes, it's the sun that is talking to God and asking to get rid of the moon, because what purpose has the night whatsoever? And if there was sun all the time, surely things would be luscious and blooming all the time. The reality is that
you know, we have cycles in society. You look at capitalism, for example, it's based off of infinite growth, which is basically a cancer, right? And in reality, we have breath, we have seasons, we have up and we have down. And it's that ebb and flow, which is the natural process. The idea of simply driving and driving and going and going and keeping following your vision without checking how it affects anybody else, that is out of alignment, but it is the dominant culture in America right now. So the moon hears this. It was rightfully pissed off. I was like, whoa, dude. I'm gonna spit some bars. Maybe not literally, but. I don't need fire. Sun is a liar. Shine as bright as the stars by my side. Well, if I'm just a reflection, look how the rest and shine as bright as they need me. I've been thinking things about the things you say to me. And I think that God and I will both breathe. I'm alive, you're alive, we just both in the life. So take a bow, take a rest, leave the frame, chase the western wind. We all need direction. There's also perspective. The center is nowhere between you and I. We're both moving forward as our words make them warmer. Find a way to just sleep through the just wait. So just wait. Time comes around. Darling, just wait. Yes. Did you know? I don't know if you've ever heard this before, but did you know that you can actually donate to the Design Science Studio? There's actually this thing called the internet, and there's this link that's designscience.studio/donate. I feel like I'm seeing a similar pattern as the first time, which you just standing here and laughing. I really feel like you just need to jot that down, you know, just kind of like just get a little pen out and just like jot that down, you know, could be like $1. I mean, like, think of all the things that you pay for. Like, think about all the things that you pay for. And then like maybe like a little bit of systems change that could have sort of dynamic and like change society as a whole, like tiny little investment of just like, you know, a few dollars for some artists and creators and scientists who are just doing some amazing work. Just saying, just suggesting. Because Roxy is too afraid to, to promote. But it's true. Okay. 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 This song is okay. It's kind of, we've kind of been building AI and making them more and more and more like us. It's kind of like we're creating ourselves in our own image in a weird way. So this song is about a higher level of reality where there are like hyper gods and like they're knocked up to be, but they definitely created this earth. And there's like this god looking down and he's like, oh shit. Like I screwed up really, really badly. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And so this is a young God asking society to be a little bit more reflective. What happened? Young guy swimming in the light of pain and decision. Sitting on top of the world and asking, should I end it all? I don't know if I taught them well enough to show them the light as I look to their eyes. I am alive as I hear the thoughts of mind to control the lives. Give them freedom to try. Let's steer the society can step outside itself for one goddamn second. Take a look in the mirror and self-reflection. Why am I like this? Why do I do this? Why am I helpless? Why don't I feel alive? Be alive, be alive, be alive. Dying star, its creator. Said I'm tired of this lonely landscape and this nascent nature. I am lonely, send me children I play with so they game on down its face. I am alive as I hear the thoughts of mind for the lives. Give the freedom to try. Why am I like this? Why do I do this? Why am I helpless? Why don't I feel alive? Feel alive, feel alive, feel alive. God praise to the higher class, feel alive. Help me see these children falling. Oh my. But I can no reply. I am alive as I hear the thoughts of mine to control their lives. Give them freedom to try. Why am I like this? Why do I do this? Why am I helpless? Why don't I feel alive? Feel alive, feel alive, feel alive. Hey, Roxy, do I have time for the alien one? Yeah? Okay. So, have you guys ever seen Contact? So it's like this film, like they're sending these messages to the radio waves, like build this freaking machine. And like, I genuinely feel like cognitism came to me through like, sometimes it just feels like it. Like there's like aliens sending psychic message, like build this great machine. And I'm like, okay. But then the aliens have like a really weird energy about them. They're kind of like, we don't really think you're gonna pull it off. So we're just kind of like touristing, but like we want to give you the option to figure it out and keep living as a society. But like if you don't do it, it's not our fault. So this is kind of like that energy. It's like an alien tourist coming over, kind of like squatting over the grave of society, be like preemptively getting the picture, and we're like, we're not dead yet. And we're like, we know. We know, like you definitely have a chance to figure this all out, but like, come on. So that's what this energy song is. It's that I was an ugly son of a bitch. I never seen no monkey laying down in that ditch. Say, how you gonna see the human race when you got such an ugly, dumb face? Where's all the gray and what's that thing between your eyes? I can't believe they're still alive. How does it feel to be living on a planet hurtling closer to death? Now that you see it, I'm a little concerned, but I think that I'm out of my depth. But life, 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 survive. But I'm telling you, human, the earth will be safe. That if you die tomorrow, I'm seeing the end will be okay. I'm telling you, human, there's no need to fear. And if you want, you can just go down now another 10 years. We'll take it from here. I'm a mess in how I dress. It's once a day when we were just as the dress. Now we look upon your race and we see our young faces. I wonder how many will go into place. Now I'm singing and singing out here from the future. I wonder how many are gonna need sutures now. How do you do this? I like for you, please now to prove this connection. Beep, beep, beep. It's like a dial tone. Yep. I believe we can do it. I don't count us out yet. The dopamine song? Which song is that? Oh, yeah. I don't know if. About the ways. I don't know if I remember it. Wait. First, another cursor is on me. Oh no. Dripping upon the things you want to see. See some violence, now the violence is in me. Tripping on me. You gotta hold me. I love you endlessly. You can turn day and night. I'll make my heart click. Baby, as your master. Baby, till I'll go. Pray the night. The amount of education. The amount of fear of God. The amount of love is a tonic. We stuck inside. No amount of education. The amount of pills to swallow. The amount of things made of others. We stuck inside. Let go, let go, let go. Let go, let go. Hearing about the love in me. And tokenize the feelings inside me. Dreaming about the one that could be. See the future and the numbers disagree. All right. I'm about to shout it. Gotta run like a lion. Gotta cheat. Got the magic to reach his body. Use my team. Set you free to see. Morning y'all go crazy. It's the way it does. So gotta train it. Wanna get away. Hey, yo, we go. 10 out, 10 out. Come on, let's go. Oh, it's ours, yeah. To be like the education, like the will of, like the reason to choose freedom. We're gonna get it. No amount of litigation, amount of oh my god, amount of science, plaintiffs of violence, gonna keep us from love, the love, the love, something like that. Hey, did you guys know that you can actually donate to the Design Science Studio? And that there is this thing, it was created by the government in the 80s. It's called the internet. And then you go to the site, you use, there's a keyboard, and when you press buttons, there's like this silicon screen and it glows. I don't know if you've heard of computers before, but yeah, it's designsciencestudio.donate. Slash what? Slash donate. It's designscience.studio/donate. And I hope that you go to sleep tonight and that link is stuck in your head. All right. Thank you for having me. And another round of applause for Roxy and all of her tireless effort bringing this all together. She's love of my life and also my future wife, and also incredibly talented, incredibly smart, as well as everybody who's here. And you know, the thing about Design Science Studio is it's more community than it is like a business model. Like I was saying, it's very hard to do good things without funding. So yeah, thank you. Have a beautiful night.
Beaming, 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 beaming to citizens of Regenera. My name is Belvedere the Owl, and I must say that you all look like quite a fancy bunch, and I should know because I'm fancy myself. Ah. Well, I'm not the star of the show, even though I like to think that I am. I'm here to introduce a good friend of mine, a pro-cyanid, a rascally raccoon, if you will. My good friend. Wait for it, wait for it. Wait a second. Wait, you wait for what? Hey. Good evening, San Francisco. Yeah. Scratch the right. It's here. For the first time. For live. Are special? Straight. Yeah. I came here before and ride from Nashville, Tennessee, to tell you that I'm here to tell you. Well, I'm here to tell you some stuff. You know, I'm glitching. My computer. You know, my computer's messing up. It's okay. That was my theme song. What's up, everybody? How we doing tonight? Oh yeah, lively bunch, lively bunch. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. So, first off, this is getting streamed on Netflix, on Hulu, Amazon Prime, you know, Gaia University. Wait, no, Vision Trade. Yeah, exactly that. Okay, but actually, it's not. But if it. Oh wait, we are on the video. Okay, never mind. Just kidding. But you know, money. Am I right? That's all that's important in this world. You know, stock tips, oil shares, third-party overstock Tupperware franchises. I mean, like really though, where do all the matching Tupperware lids go? I mean, where do they go? Except wrong. There's obviously more things important in the world, like maintaining the integrity of the local ecosystem, reducing food waste by starting your own food kitchen from food that you found in a dumpster. You know, the list goes on and on and on. More importantly, I'm here to tell you, to talk to you about trash. Yeah, trash, you know how it goes. That trash that you put in a garbage can, it simply does not go away. It's no away. And for example, here's my prop ad. Oh, here we go. For example, take this perfectly preserved atomic warhead candy from 1997. Looks brand new. Forgotten by time, but not by this dumpster here. And apparently, these things were banned due to melting holes in people's mouths. It looks delicious, though, so I'm gonna eat it. No, Scratchy, don't do it. Don't do it. Wait, don't do what? To eat that perfectly preserved warhead candy from 1996. It's 97. It's too late. I already did. Why? What's gonna happen? Am I gonna die? Yes. I mean, we're all gonna die someday, you know? I guess it's fair. It's like, okay. Oh, wait, I gotta, you have to scroll. The pellet prop is messing up. It's okay. We're doing this live here, you know what I've been saying? But anyways, I'm actually here to tell you that every choice that you make will have some type of impact on the world around you and future versions of yourself too, and the past versions. I mean, considering that I only make good decisions, I'm good, right? Yeah. Sketchy, he mostly makes questionable decisions. I mean, what? For example, one time you attempted to open a restaurant at a dumpster and the health department came and gave you an F minus. I mean, it's called wood-fired pizza. It's a good idea. It's called a dumpster fire, Scratchy. I mean, we've all made mistakes. I'm not perfect. What's your point here? Is this some type of judgment? Am I in purgatory? I mean, kind of, but it's more of an education point because this story is an allegory, if you will. You might, you might have heard of Plato's Cave or Pluto's Cove, but have you heard of Scratchy's trash can? You see, Scratchy was born in a trash can. Yep. And in the extremely short 2-month period of nursing, we made tiny little fires in this trash can to keep warm. And from that fire, shadows were cast on the wall of that trash can. Shadows that a sweet, innocent little raccoon pup like myself might have mistaken for all that reality could have been. Because that's all I knew. You mean you thought that all of life was shadows cast by a trash fire? I mean, give me a break. I was born in this trash can. I wasn't asked to. But I digress. Aren't you supposed to be teaching me something? Yeah, you're right. Trim tab. Have you ever heard of it? Isn't that like thing that the pulley thing on a soda can that people collected back in the day for some cause, but no one knew what it was or where to send them? I mean, I got like a couple of bags of those laying around in my house somewhere, you know? No, I mean, that was a good guess, but you know, it's one second. Okay. No, I mean, it's a good guess, but no, trim tab is the tiniest part of an aircraft that can be manipulated to affect the overall course of the craft almost effortlessly. At that, and Buckminster Fuller suggests that indeed, if we are passengers on spaceship Earth, we all possess the potential to be trim tabs of spaceship Earth. You know, like what you do matters. And so I said, the little individual can be a trim tab. Oh yeah, it's all coming back to me. I think I read about that somewhere, but I can't remember. Where? Oh wait. Playboy. That's it. I read it in Playboy. Wait, you actually read those articles? Yeah, man, you know, wisdom in unlikely places. It's kind of my thing. Anyways, I was doing my nightly foraging runs in an urban environment, as I do, and I happened upon a pile of discarded, media. It was suggestive, no doubt, but ultimately I walked away from a situation with a metaphor for personal empowerment and leadership. It's a good haul indeed. Shit, man, I didn't really know this was gonna go when you said you found a stack of Playboys in a dumpster, but I mean, I guess it's a good walk away. Yeah. Okay. Enough of the jokes. I'm about to go off script, mostly because that was the end of the script. But fear not. I've been entrusted with a very special task. For one who goes last, can we just take a deep breath together, everybody? Just deep inhale. And exhale. Okay, you ready for it? You ready for it? Are you ready for it? I can't really hear. I can't see you out there. Okay. It's really, really important. Make sure you're listening. You might miss it. You, each of you, every single one of you that I can't actually see, are legendary. Alia, it's legendary. See, the thing about this is that we are stewards of our own stories. We sculpt the way that we remember the things that we do from day to day. And it's as magical as you want to interpret it. It's as magical as the lore that you craft by the love languages that we live and all the things that we do in this beautiful collaboration called consciousness on this earthly plane. But what do I know? I'm a mere raccoon. Just kidding. I'm a trim tab. Yeah. Trim tab troubadour. That means I got songs. I don't have a song for you right now, but there's been songs all night. And I will tell you that this song that we sing together, every time that we come into a space like this, is important work, y'all. So I really just want to celebrate all of you for showing up and your magnificence, brilliance, radiance, vibrance. There's a lot of adjectives that I could pull from. But right now, I'm going to sleep a happy raccoon. Regenerative rising. See, It's not just a concept. It's a reality that we're co-creating, and it already did exist. We're just catching up with time. So remember that as you go back to where you came from, and things might not be as magical as you might see when you're stuck in traffic behind a pedal tavern in Nashville, Tennessee. Oh my God, let me tell you about that. Oh. See, I'm riffing now. It's more comfortable when I'm riffing because I don't have to read a teleprompter. Oh my goodness. All right, anyways, so check it out. Yeah, that's the main message that I'm here. You know, Scratchy's allegory of the trash can. You know, don't be deceived by the shadows cast on the walls of a trash can. They're not all that reality can offer. And if you choose to assume the position of a creator, you're in a situation where you have the power, the agency to dream a new reality. My name's not Ted, but this is my talk. Yep. Oh, man. Well, the time is short, and I think there's a cabaret that's about to happen. So your boy's got to go get in the costume, which is already, I'm already wearing it, so never mind. But yes, so my time is done, but I had a lot of fun. And did you know that you could donate to Design Science Studio? There's this magical thing called the internet. I don't know if you've heard of it. DesignScience.studio/donate. You know why? You know why? Somebody say why. I gotta answer. Okay, so you know why it's important to support a community? Because without you and I, there's no unity, okay? And without unity, there's no community. You see where I'm going here? You see where I'm going? There's like it's a little thread. Maybe it's a red thread of stories, or I don't know. I think this Mark Smith knows something about that. Echo and Eco, they're friends of mine. In case you haven't met them, there's a whole entire band of feral animals that are being manifested through this regenerative portal, and I encourage you to tap into your feral side. Go foraging in urban environments, find art supplies, upcycle velvet cream. Oh yeah, that was wonderful today. Oh my goodness. But everything can be art if we look at it that. So it's up to us to redefine the lenses and the way that we look at the world around us. And with that, I'm going to disappear into the night. But I am grateful for all of you. And remember that you're legendary too. Adieu. Thank you, thank you. Oh yeah. Well, that was fast scratchy. I forgot to tell about that. It's time traveling. Oh wait, Bill. Wait a second. There you go. Wait, they were both scratchy? Yeah, it's two scratches. See, wait, check it out. The context that will be added in future iterations. This is past scratchy that is actually exists, and I didn't even put that part in there, but I'm gonna tell you now. So past scratchy exists before all of the bad decisions that present scratchy made that ended him up in the wrong dumpster. Okay, so he time traveled to let him know that all of his decisions can affect future versions of Scratchy and past versions of Scratchy because quantum ripples out, through every decision's ever made. So, basically the moral of the story is be mindful of the dumpsters that you step in. It's like it could be treasure, it could be torture. I don't know. All right. Okay. Thank you. Back scratching. No, that's a good one. Yeah. I can. Tonight. Wait, I got Molly. Okay, I'm gonna, here we go. No, that's a good idea. What's next? Well, I don't see it. Well, that's not I call. Probably for the bed.
Let's get the spear. Where's the spear? Right there.
It's right over there. Have no fear. There's spirit.
Yeah, let me shake. No, we shake. Not like that. Where's Gino?
Good sitting like, yeah, good. It's not on there. It's a very light Regenaissance. My sincere apologies. I did not get the message. I thought that the cabaret was postponed until 2045. So we have the sphere of many mysteries here that were written by some of you waiting to be kept on the stage. And for the moment, we're filled with raccoon alley there. So our performance space becomes in front here.
Hey Dio, can we use the mic just for the people on the live stream? It's still happening. What a vision train.
How many people?
There's like 10.
Is this a live mic is on now? All right. I don't use both microphones. Both microphones? I was like 5 minutes ago, I was just cuddle puddle city right down there. That was a much nicer reality. Hold on just a second, Regenerates. But you made many important dreams come true, many special things. Are people ready to make the cabaret happen?
Yes.
Because it does not just live in Gio's heart alone. Oh, it makes it sound very lonely in Gio's heart. It's not lonely in Gio's heart. It's a very nice place to be sometimes. It's just, it's nicer when there's other people there to share with the magic. What I need to get us started is I need a volunteer who's willing to pull a magical thing. And I need you all in, hold on just a moment. That's great. Hold on just a second. We'll figure this out. What I need from you, ladies and gentlemen, is a drum roll, please. Pour it on my face. That's more like a drum patter of rain. Hold on, just maybe your friend can help you out, Scratchy. There we go. Oh, we've got 3 suggestions here. No, 2 suggestions. Now 1 suggestion left, and that suggestion reads, Scratchy.
The history of everything from the Big Bang to right now. An interpretive dance.
One more time for those of you in the back, somebody has written here, the history of everything from the Big Bang to right now, an interpretive dance. I know that's how I feel having to get up on stage at all. Can I ask, are there 2 to 4 dancers out in the audience
that would like to respond to an interpretive poem that Gio will tell for you right now about the Big Bang? We have one dancer. If you would be so kind as to play here. Scratchy, are you willing to? We have a second dancer. Is that what the wave means? All right. Scratchy is in 2. 3 is acceptable. We have a 4th. Very good. Fantastic. And I need your help. We're going to count down from 5 to 1. Remember how we did last time? Huh? Do we have anybody making the music still? No. This is what the 11:30 cabaret looks like. Our musicians have gone home. We must find it in our hearts, the willingness to all right, fine. Give me the attitude. I have to find the poem for the Let's get the bass. We have Harlan on the bass. This is very good. This is very important. Can I have the countdown, please? It's going to look like this. We're going to start with the 5, and then you clap, and then the 4, and then you clap, and then the 3, and then you clap, and then the 2, and then you clap, and then 1, you clap 4 times in a row. You remember? I remember. And we're going to see this interpretive dance from the Big Bang to right now and the history of everything. In the 5. This is how it's going. And the 4. Very better. 3, 2, 1. In the beginning, nothing but nothingness. Only nothingness, and also no time in which the nothingness can exist, for it is nothing and everything is nothing. But then, for some reason that science won't never want to explain, all of a sudden, all of nothingness decides it wants to become something. And though it looks very slow and languid, do not be fooled. Because in that first moment, in the moment of nothingness deciding that it wants to become everything, all of a sudden there is heat. And there is light. And there is the sound of a groaning. Oh, there's more people. And it moves outwards into space. In fact, it's becoming the space. The space moves outwards in each and every directions. Directions did not exist before, but now they do. And all of a sudden, all the hot things, they decide that maybe they want to be next to some of the other hot things. They are attracted gravitationally, but also they are being pushed away in the opposite direction as well at the same time. And they find an equilibrium. They find a friend, or they find a loneliness to float out in the space of existence. And they realize that it is time to become a space that we will come to know as the Earth. They decide that they want to concentrate all the atoms that were once the stars. They come together to create a place, a ball of movement and nothingness, but somethingness here. And there is water, and in the water there lives the first kinds of life, because it is very small. That was a meteorite hitting the earth and then bringing into the life. And then that was humans from the future throwing trash at the earth, but that is another thing that we'll get to soon. And from the ocean, the life that was once very small decides it wants to develop flippers. And the flippers start to form. And the flippers start to move about until they have the whole nervous systems and also maybe faces. And one of them has so nice of a face, they have such a nice face that they decide that maybe they want to develop toes so that they might be able to dance and walk around on the earth and show everybody how beautiful they are. And then after some of the flipper people see the toe person, they realize that they all want to be toe people. And they emerge from the water to create what we will come to know as history. You see, history is just like the everythingness and the nothingness that came before, but somebody wants to tell it over and over again. And some people only want to tell it once, but they failed history. So that's another story for a different time. And out of all of this mess of the toe people and the fish people, love is born. And with love being born, all of a sudden, choices are also made. Sometimes you fall in love with a raccoon and you present the raccoon with a gift. And sometimes you just find your soulmate who's not a raccoon and you embrace in the back behind the raccoon. And from that embrace, sometimes there becomes new life. And the fish people and the toe people give birth to a whole new kind of people. Yes, we are going to stage a birth on stage, apparently. And the raccoon and the other person, they're in love. But there's a baby happening over there. And so that's important. Because every baby grows up to be an adult person. And then that grown-up person makes the history happen. And sometimes these people decided that they didn't like living just in the nature with all the trees and the mud puddles, but maybe they wanted a house or something as well. Or maybe they wanted a blender, something to mix up the plankton and make it into a nice drink. Or maybe they wanted to order food from somebody else, so they had to invent the telephone, and then they invented an automobile, and then they invented a dial service where you can call a food to your house, and then they bring the food to your house, and then they invented some kind of video box where you can watch other people do things that's more interesting than ordering food to their house, and they just sit there in their house and eat their food and watch the video box, and sometimes they call this a life, and it was a pretty good life. But then some people got sad. You see, the toe people, they weren't designed to just sit in their boxes watching their video boxes. They realized that they needed a different way to be in the world. A way to be that was interactive and dynamic and related to the earth. So they started to follow one another. On their hands and knees, they were returning to the earth. They were becoming very close and one with their original beings until they found their way off stage to the place where the history becomes the present moment, where they were able to emerge from being their wandering selves to come back on stage and receive a big round of applause. A big round of applause for each and every one of the performers, spelling out the history of all time with all of their beings. Thank you very much. Does somebody have a timekeeping? We want to know how long until Gio gets kicked off the stage. 11:22, there's 8 more minutes. There's going to be at least one more, and maybe more than that. We have an ally who wants to pull at least one more. Thank you very much, you wonderful performers.
Oh. Freestyle cipher.
A freestyle cipher. If only we knew who it was that would have written this down. Scratchy, I'm looking at you. It's hard to rap without any rhythm. Do we have somebody who is interested in making the rhythm? And who's got the bars? What do we need for the bars? Oh, I see. I have no. Are they in here? You want to find out if there's bars in here? We have more mystery in the mystery bag. We're just, it's a late night show. We're going to. This is going past protocol, but we're okay.
A crowd of tumbling sloths.
A crowd of tumbling sloths. This is one for everybody. We need you all to become a crowd of tumbling sloths. You were the one who wanted this to happen, so you're going to have to come over here right now. There's no two ways about it. Entiendo? Yeah, all right. We need you. Yeah, you're coming here too. Yeah, and you as well. I'm sorry. I know it looks very uncomfortable, but it has to happen. Madam, thank you for stretching. Would you be willing to come and be a crowd of tumbling sloths? Mm-hmm. a crowd of tumbling sloths. I read it right here.
What does that mean?
So sloths mean move very slowly. And I'm going to ask you to tumble like the sloths tumble this way across to the other side of the stage. Over here. Yes. We have one tumbling sloth. It doesn't count. Yes, here we go. Two, the second one. Oh, we have the three. Yeah, this is great. We have the rhythm of the sloths making their way right across the stage, all the way to the other side. This is the magic of you have to come all the way across here. I'm not letting you off early. This is the magic of the improvised cabaret. You say you want to watch the thing, but now you have to be the thing. And that's the whole journey of being human. I know we want to laugh at people, but sometimes we are the people being laughed at. Like right now, the sloths are tumbling. This is so good. We're almost to the other side. I appreciate the commitment. Very great commitment. Very wonderful commitment. It's a pretty slow task, no? And a big round of applause for our sloths. Thank you very much. We have one more thing we're going to pull from here before Gio is going to take his leave.
Prehistoric booty shaking. I didn't write that.
Prehistoric booty shaking. Well, I think that's how it goes. I think that's how it goes. This is the way. Do we have anybody who's willing to shake your booty prehistorically for whoever is watching on the internet right now? All right, this is, yes, we're going to do the two of it. But it's prehistoric, so you become like a dinosaur or something. And that is how dreams die on stage, apparently, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I was told that tonight Regenerative would be here for a time and it would depart. And it seems that the theatrical department of Regenerate departed about 5 minutes before the rest of the planet. So I give you my thanks very much for welcoming Gio back to the stage after he was almost asleep and being so willing to be a part of creating the magic. A round of applause for all of you. Thank you very much.
Give it up for Gio, the theater director of Regenera. Okay, I'm gonna come. I was just having the most beautiful conversation with Salem and Alai and Krishnan. Stephen. Oh, y'all, how good is it that Stephen Bao is here? Yay, Stephen Bao! We love you. All right, friends in the gallery, we're gonna have some closing words. What time is it? What's our exact minute? Wow, we have 3 whole minutes. Okay. Thank you so much, Alaric. Thank you. Thank you, Alaric. Thank you, Andre, wherever you are. Andre. Everyone, seriously. So earlier today, Brittany Neff helped me for a few hours work on some slides. They're not totally done. I was tempted to just show you unfinished slides, but I think we'll just send them out because I think that they'll be nice when they're finished. But they have pictures of all the people and just their individual thank you slides. But one thing I think we haven't like addressed in this way yet is the exhibition. And I just want to like take a moment to just acknowledge this like absolutely stunning space that we've co-created. Wow. Yay! And all the artists who made it happen. And so I'm gonna like attempt to just look around the room and acknowledge all of them. So we have these like beautiful hanging sculptures that are from Ari. Look how magnificent these beautiful, beautiful hanging lantern sculptures that are imbuing this with all the beautiful geometries of nature. We have this incredible set design here by the one and only Mage. And Scratchy and Scratchy. Scratchy and Scratchy. We have this magnificent altar that Nature Dreamweaver helped create. Yay! And also Zahra contributed to. Yay! We have all this squish that it came from Onwin and Seth and our friends at Kiss Camp. Yay, Kiss Camp. We have this beautiful center climbable, if you didn't know, you can climb on it, sculpture in the middle of the room, and the smaller two that are around by architect Greg Fleischman. Yes, Greg! And also Brent, who helped to create the beautiful, what are they called? Prisms that are inside of them. So beautiful. Yay. Also Future Eyes. Yay. Woo-hoo-hoo. And then here, there's a piece that's hanging. That's by Salem Jordan. Thank you, Salem. So beautiful. And then there's these two incredible rooms that have been stewarded by the collab. And that is a combination of Luana and Stacy and Stephanie and Suparna and all the friends from Crowd Doing who helped make it happen. Go collab. Yay! Bobby, thank you for creating these magnificent experiences. So special. And then in the back wall with the headphones, we got to have Arena Kratunis's beautiful animations. Beautiful Arena, so special. I always remember we were revisiting everyone's little like declarations in their graduation ceremony for Design Science Studio. And Arena's I reread as we were preparing, and then she reread it this year when she did it. She was like, I speak for those who can't speak for themselves. And so like, thank you, Arena, for that. Yay! We also debuted some really special work from Mike Zuck from his work across different refugee camp settlements. So that's the first time he's like shown his photography in an exhibitions format type like this. So yay, Mike, rats. So special what he's doing. We also, of course, had Eco and Echo is over here with Mark Smith and Larissa. So beautiful. Earlier today, we had Miss Velvet Cream, who had her beautiful, like, upcycled clothing. That was incredible. Yay. There was also, well, right here, the Imagination Inspires Nations, and then the entire plenary exhibit. So just give it up for the plenary and Stephanie and Guillermo. So beautiful. And then, of course, we have Andy Lynn over here with the self-portrait project. Hope everyone took some photos in there. Yeah, so special. And then on the screens, we also had Pamela, her beautiful film that she's been creating. And also Pamela, extra round of applause for tending to and nurturing and continuing to nurture the gap. And even though Johnny Ray's not here, big up, so much gratitude to Johnny Ray. Yeah. Oh, we won't forget Bliss. Don't worry. We're in the gallery though. So we have, okay, Bliss. Let's just go ahead and give a round of applause for Bliss because Bliss is our like mama hen. Thank you, Bliss. Yay. And then in the corner by the little orange couches there, I don't know if anyone got to have a little seat But there were 3 issues of co-designing Peace. The very first one was made in Design Science Studio Cohort 1. This is a project by Gray Garman, and he's continued this project with his students in Austin at the university there. And so he sent these 3 issues of co-designing Peace for us to be able to have this little reading lounge. And so yay, Gray Garman, congratulations. Such a special newspaper, so cool what he's been doing. And the one that says Design Science Studio on it, that's the one that came from Cohort 1. And right behind it, all of those beautiful biophilic sculptures, those were created by our little sister, Monsoon Rasa Corsi. So pretty. She's amazing. They're all made out of trash. Yeah, trash. Yeah, trash. I'm working on my scratchy voice. Kind of have one though. I swear I'm not like trying to make y'all all afraid all the time by coughing. I've just been recovering from a really bad cough for the entire week. Here's my cup of tea. Okay, so then the wall across from those couches, those posters and all of the posters in the front, those all came from Amplifier Art, our partners who sent them to us to just give away as a gift. This is incredible, featuring artists from around the world. So thank you, Amplifier. So special. And then there was this beautiful blacklight experience that Stephanie created, Stephanie Atkinson Swartz. So that was really special also. Thank you, Atkinson. And I think Stroopy collaborated on that one too a little bit. Yeah, yeah. Who else did we miss? In the front room, we had this like onboarding experience. If you didn't make a button, I recommend it. Make your little button, our badge. And one of the things that I don't even know if it ever fully made it up, but our exhibition in New Art City, the latest one that we just launched, which also features Rin Del Papa's piece. Yay, Rin. Thank you for creating the virtual oasis tech. Amazing. And Stephen, I don't know if you ended up putting your piece up, but thank you for all that you've created over the years in the Design Science Studio. You inspire so many. And Timmy also is saying an ode just to you. So thank you. We have in the corner, we had Harlan creating beautiful ambient music for us throughout the weekend. Yeah, so good. All right. Did I forget anybody who's in the exhibition space? Did we do it? Did I cover everybody? I know there's some other work that was on rotation, but yeah, I mean, there were definitely moments when we were installing, we were like, are we gonna get this thing done? We did it. And then like all of I mean, this is the end of day 7. Thanks, y'all. Oh my gosh, yes, Eli and Eli's books. Yay, Eli. So beautiful. I hope everyone got to catch the reading. And then Yurgi, our master of ceremonies. Where's Eve? Eve, our volunteer coordinator. Go, Eve. So incredible. And then we had many people who were capturing and like taking footage and making sure that we like, and you know, we're able to harness this moment. So thank you so much, Zahra. Love you. And for opening the whole space. We like really opened the container. That was pretty magnificent. And actually the first person who came in to like tend to this space with us was Lena. I think is like somewhere in the cuddle puddle over here. Lena. Smoosh. And Timmy. What up, Timmy? Thank you, Timmy. I also, and Shant, who's also been filming. Thank you, Shant. Yeah, Shant. And then, yeah, we've had like, literally, I think there were 130 something. Do you remember, Eve, the number of like confirmed speakers and presenters and artists? It's around 130, 140? 140 people. What? That's wild. Over the course of 7 days, who either like, this is fucking insane, y'all. We're crazy. Yay. Go us. Oh yeah, we'll do it again though. Andre and Alaric and Steve. Yay. And even though he's not here, I just gotta like do a big, loving, warm shout out for Barry Through, who is the executive director of Gray Area, who is the person who said yes to like gifting us Gray Area to like have this event. So thank you, Barry. Such a big deal to be able to like just cover the cost of the staff and not have to cover the cost of a venue is like insane that we got to have this opportunity. So great. It was a huge, big deal. It's a huge opportunity for all of us. And to everyone who came and like supported us and yeah, this has been so special. Yeah, the list goes on and on, you know. There's some core stewards that have helped make it all happen. And Eli has something to say. Come here. Come on. There you go.
I've been trying to hunt Roxy down to have a heart-to-heart with her, but we all know that's not very easy these days. I just want to say that we did forget someone. It's you. This is possible. We're all able to have this insanely high quality time together because you, without hesitation, do everything possible to have this experience, from getting a crazy couch to your balcony so we can all be comfortable, to getting these rugs and beautiful pillows so we can all be comfortable, getting a stage so that everyone can share their ideas on a stage. Like, we've had amazing speakers who have probably been on a stage a million times, but we've also had people probably be on the stage for the first time ever. And that's crazy. Timmy realized he's an amazing speaker. And we've been able to have this beautiful time, just being able to connect with each other and see each other face to face and come. And it just makes me so emotional because I've never seen someone just give that much because you believe in other people's ideas and how important they are. So thank you so much.
It's an honor. I'm so grateful. I'm very grateful to have had the opportunity and to continue to have the opportunity to contribute to this community and to steward this vision and to co-steward it. It is the gift of like my life. And I know that we're all born right now for a reason. And I'm grateful that we got to find each other. And I hope as Regenera rises off into the distance, we continue as our wonderful role as citizens who can portal into it any time and bring it back. That we, can tap into this at any time. Like, I think that there's an experience that I had when we did Regenaissance. We're like, oh my gosh, like when we get to be inside of spaces like this and we can live the possibility of what it can be like, it's not this like far distant thing that like is, not a thing we can have. It's a thing that we can like literally live now. And so I look forward to seeing how these like ripples continue in the world and each of you. And ultimately, like the reason we have the Design Science Studio is to build the capacity for all of us to be co-stewards of these regenerative futures and an equitable, just world. And I'm just, it's a huge honor to get to contribute, and it's a big lift. I can't do it like this for anymore. Like, it's too much for me personally to do it like this. So I'm really excited to get really creative about how we can do it differently. So it's less pressure on me personally. Yeah. And I know that we can. I know that we can. And I'm glad that I've been able to contribute as much as I have been until this point, and I'm still here. So to the future and to the present and to all of you, it's such a congratulations to everybody for this feat and this beautiful, beautiful space that we've stewarded. And I can't wait to see where it leads us. And I'm just honored to get to have had this experience with all of you. And I thank you and I bless your life and bless your path. And Zahra, what is that thing? There's like you like one of the rituals that y'all do, and it's like about you like move your hands, you say something about, talking about, like weaving the web for all of life. Do you know what I'm talking about? Maybe. Anyways, I sound like a totally kooky person, but my sister has this like embodied ritual thing, and then she says something inside of it, and it's like something about like our life as an offering to the web. What is the word? What are the words? Yeah, let's do it real quick. Let's just close out with this beautiful light, our life as an offering to the web of everything. Okay, everyone stand together. I'll orate with the mic for our friends on the live stream. I'm like the thing with your hands. Okay, let's do it.
Okay. So let's all take 3 deep breaths together.
3 deep breaths.
Okay. And repeat after me.
Repeat after Zahra.
You have to say your own name.
I, Zahra Elena Shahadai,
Invoke infinite source wisdom to align my higher self with the will of the divine. I ground, put your palms together, and bring each of your fingers together from your pinky up, making my life an offering. Bring it up to your heart so that I may be of service and benefit into the web of life. And do one more time. And when you look through this part, look through it. Infinite source energy. I, Zahra Lena Shohadai. Here. Invoke infinite source energy
Infinite source energy.
to align my highest self
Self.
with the will of the divine. I ground. Bring your palms together, hands open.
Ground.
Making my life an offering. Close your pinkies all the way to your thumb. Right there. Go ahead. Making my life an offering.
Making my life an offering.
And then bring it up to your heart so that I may be of service and benefit
So that I can be of service and benefit
into the web of life.
to the web of life.
Blessed be, and so it is. Bless your lives.
You're the hand. You're the wavy hand there.
Yay. Okay, one last shout out. We had like 23 different partners. That was hardcore. 23 different individual organizations who said yes to amplifying what we were doing the last 7 days. And that's really, really beautiful. So thank you, thank you, thank you to the web of life. And so it is. Love you all. All right, close out this screen.
That's a great show.
That's a great. All right. Oh, Ian! Oh my God. How cute.
Thank you again. Welcome. Have a good night. See you tomorrow.
Oh, see you tomorrow. It's all happening. It's all happening.